Alright, let's load up this one, because it has the most HP. Last time, I was about to go into the pool. I have all the Phoenix Downs and elixirs I could possibly want, along with a bunch of crap in my inventory that I don't need and I'm stuck with because this game has an interesting sense of humor. But I don't see any reason not to just start descending. Though the thought occurs that I don't remember how this maze works. So I may have chosen poorly. I may have chosen very poorly. Good grief, are we wrapping this up? I hope so, Evil Ghost. I hope so. How's Eddie doing? I don't remember how many hits it takes to take down a Greater Marlborough. I guess it's not going to matter as long as they all hit Arslick. How long is this game? Far too long. How you doing, Faro? And yes, this... Hello again. How you doing, Luis? Uh, 24 months, Desi, damn. How are you doing? Not long enough? I disagree. This game is plenty long. Alright, pretty good. Yeah, I'm hoping to finish this up. But the thing about final dungeons in some Final Fantasies is, you never know what you're gonna get. As we can see by having 2 sleeping party members. And all these monsters that have 1,000,000 HP. Doing okay, really looking forward to this? Excellent! Yeah, this almost didn't happen today. I woke up feeling a little sick, but I've rallied after dinner. So I'm hoping that we can finish this today. And then I can go collapse and, I don't know, sleep. Or work on my other silly project. End of the game is legit the best and most polished. Okay, that's interesting. Not what you expect in a Final Fantasy, or most things. Okay, good, I remembered correctly. No, I'm hoping so too. Just, this is not the week I wanted to be sick. Like, last week would have been fine. But this week we're supposed to have, like, beautiful weather. My plan today was actually, like, to go outside, go on, like, a nice walk beforehand, do a bunch of stuff. Just enjoy the weather for a bit before streaming, and, no, instead I sat on the couch for a while, ordered some food, and then ate it. Because I did some work in the middle of all that. And now I'm playing Final Fantasy 2. So. But at least I'm feeling well enough for this. The nice thing about playing video games is other than talking, I don't have to do anything too fancy. Going on a walk? Good call. I am a fan of walks. Had a beautiful one on Sunday. Yeah, I went on a nice long walk, had a chat with my little bro. And on the way back, I was like, you know what? I really should reduce the amount of time I'm staring at screens. Because, you know, my... it's apparently a thing my brother does with his kids. This is fine. Feel better while walking and jogging. That's a good combo. Right, I went through here a second time because I died. And I skipped some chests that I knew were dumb. Went to this used bookstore because I really wanted a specific book, and I'm like, well, even if they don't have the specific book I want, they're liable to have a book I want. It's a used bookstore after all. Because I wanted like a book I could put in my back pocket. These things are immune to fire. I think Blizzard does really well on them. I don't remember. But, yeah, so I went to the used bookstore and went to the sci-fi section, figuring I'd get some, like, 50s, 60s, 70s sci-fi back, you know, back when paperbacks were a reasonable size. And I happened to find exactly the book I wanted. So I'm now a proud owner of a physical copy of Rama 2, the sequel. Got a call from GameStop saying you pick up your Tears of the Kingdom pre-order at 10 p.m. tomorrow. You can get your mom to drive you down so you can grab it. Nice! Very nice. Oh man, midnight releases are fun. You know, when feasible. I mean, not really midnight, but you know what I mean. I guessed wrong. Finished FF3 with your bro. Had fun showing off all the classes. Oh, nice. There were at least a few classes I never even bothered trying with. I probably should have. Oh yeah, I'm pushing nuts. That was gonna hurt. Very excited to jump into another Zelda. I mean, everything I heard about Breath of the Wild seemed to indicate it was one of the best Zeldas, as long as you're expecting, you know, open world going in. Not playing games lately, so you can jump in and play a lot. Good, keeping... pacing yourself. Like a complete ass, the Evoker. Which is the Evoker? I don't think I used Evoker. Is Evoker like the Summoner Light? Because I definitely didn't even bother with Summoner until I got Sage. It just didn't feel worth it. And Geomancers remain completely crap. Like, even the time in the game where I wanted to use them, I really didn't want to use them. Alright. Where's the door? It's the door over there, isn't it? Okay, Ice Lizard. I know what to do to an Ice Lizard. I think these parasites are pretty weak, if I remember correctly. I think the fire being a high enough level will just completely destroy the back row. Geomancers can use swords in FFT. Yeah, in FFT they're good. And in Final Fantasy V they have their, like, one shining moment. But in Final Fantasy III they were actively terrible. It's like you have a coin flip skill that sometimes will help you and sometimes will just shoot you right in the foot. Evoker was the pre-summoner. Had to pick one of the two at random. Ah, okay. Right. Screw these guys. I do not have any interest in fighting these. Funfish working on your level, but you probably made it kind of hard. That does happen. It's difficult to gauge your own work without testing. Is a frequent problem for an awful lot of people who make levels. Don't remember where the door is. Oh, it's probably that door. Like Evoker uses E-Free, it's either fire attack at one random that's weaker than fire 2 or a group heal. Like, that just sounds painful. Yes, for preemptive strike. And their MP is incredibly low. Oh, even worse. Like, it sounds like some of the Evoker things were, like, could have been nice if they rolled nicely. Wouldn't surprise me if, like, it's used in a speedrun somewhere. But just, not worth the effort. I do not take fights with these. I missed the door earlier. Must have thought this dead ended. Ah, no, ambush. Oh yeah, these things just hit like trucks. That's the only thing. You have to tag them. I don't feel like tagging them. Gotta love can't escape as a message. Can't wait to discuss all of the hidden mechanics. Oh, I bet. I'm gonna be curious. Okay, salamanders. This might take a while. Oh, this is actually working out pretty well. They just want to beat on Himbo. This is perfectly fine. Beating on Himbo is something that I encourage. Okay, and then Blizzard, the one in the back. Have him attack that one, have him attack that one. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there's, like, some sort of weird, I don't know. I don't think of, like, weird mechanics I've seen in other JRPGs that could possibly have been in this game, like Lily Ranks or the Zodiac system in Final Fantasy Tactics, where, like, if you understand it, you can get some benefit, but the odds of you understanding it the first time through the game are incredibly low. Did I go through the whole Jade area, or did I dip halfway? I went through the whole... I think I got to the, like, floor... I got to where there was a plaque telling me hell is... I'm in hell, I think. Oh, dang, it didn't kill him. And so that's where I'm at, I believe. So I went and looted most things, and then went up to the surface and sold a bunch of shit, and then bought a bunch of elixirs, and then parked my car right next to the pool. I have regrets. I gotta remember Arslick is slow. I'm so used to the Dragoon, who's so much faster. Would have been nice. Right, there's nothing here unless I want to talk to the merchant, which I really don't. Alright, this is fine. Parasites aren't bad. So we're going to Pandæmonium. I guess we could say these are parasites lost. Oh, come on. Well, actually, no, this is good. Boober's gonna get HP up after this, probably. Because they're slower than most of the party. I should be able to take them out before they take her out. Top one, bottom one. Getting an HP boost is never something I'm unhappy about. Even if it's going to cost me some MP. I just need to find a good fight to extract some MP out of. Probably one of those ones that just has the fire lizards. Yeah, use Boober. I don't need to raise other people's cures now. Best just to use mine. Man, Osmose changes the calculus of this game so hard. It makes it so much better. Only I'd gotten it a long time before now. You know what? They're not weak to anything particular. Like, this isn't the worst idea. No, not that. Not the worst idea. Just have them all try to pulp the front one, because it's not going to matter. We'll see if I'm lucky later. And back up to roughly full MP. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? Yeah, I'd rather take out the... be guaranteed to take out the bottom one if I'm lucky. Because it depends upon what happens to Arslick. Whether or not this goes another round. It's going to go another round. The bright side is... Oh yeah, also marbles aren't weak to fire. Like, I'm really base fire damage, and that's not very useful. Still didn't take the bottom one out, yeah. Well, this is bad. Probably should have taken this fight a little more seriously. Because no one else can do any real amount of damage while they're tiny. Like, fire isn't my best shot, and that's saying something. Oh, of course, the one I think I can kill left. And Pulp's right, Himbo again. It's unfortunate. It doesn't seem like that mini affects the miss rate, which is what you would hope. I know it is in Final Fantasy III, but this isn't Final Fantasy III, and you have to throw away everything you know about later Final Fantasy games. Alright, well, that could have gone worse. But, you know, I came out with probably actually, no, I think I probably came out back a little ahead. Because my MP's higher up. Oh my. Just a little bit, though. And then there's Picador. Hooray! Can't escape. Escaped. Oh, thank God. That's not a fight I want to take. I'll take one of those. I won't take 3 of them. Taking 3 of those is nuts. Too much stones. But this is a fight I'm happy to take. Let's top off me as well. I think we'll still do pretty well to take these out in a short period of time. Especially with Preemptive Strike. See, I wish I knew when Preemptive Strikes were coming so I could make these sort of Osmose decisions. Because, like, her damage in an awful lot of areas doesn't matter quite as much as the other guys. Attack the top one. Use Blizzard on the top one. Attack the bottom one. Attack the top one. I don't think it's gonna matter. Apparently, the lizards are faster than us. But we have more, tenacity. Or something like that. It's odd to me that the cave is blue for some reason when it's quite clearly green in the game. It's an odd decision. Poisoned. Well, everyone still got to play their part. And we're still getting a decent amount of, like, random stat ups. I'm not really sure why. Hey, Boober got HP up out of that? What are the odds? It's the second one. It's not the second one. Oh good, not an ambush. Was hoping preemptive, but you can't have everything. He knows about Ricardo and the fact that he's a Dragoon not being inconsequential. It's true, I do know that. I am sad that I never got to see the Wyvern attack. Nor, I'm also sad I didn't get to get rid of the Wyvern with him. I'm just gonna warp out of the next one of those. Speaking of worms... Reminds me of that old, like, kid's joke about being disappointed about finding out what the diet of worms actually was. Oh, right, there's one more floor of this crap. Parasites are... Well, wait a second. Wait a second! Well, that sucked. To hand-deliver the Wyvern to Ricardo in hell. That's true. That's true. That is a thing I get to do. The parasites did learn my strats. I was even thinking I'd Osmos one of them. I'm glad I didn't. But damn, they really ate Boober there. MP up. Hope I run into, like, a reasonable fight to try and take him out. I do not remember where on this floor the door is. Oh right, he's still an amnesiac. I should fix that. Yeah, that fight didn't favor me. I didn't favor it. Alright, found it. That's good. Let's fix up his forgettingness. Still have plenty of Asuna left to cast. Or plenty of Osmos left to cast. Map looks like hell to navigate. It kind of is. How you doing, nerd? How you doing, Nerdy? Because it is hell, it's true. Alright, we're gonna take a risk here. Gonna take a risk here. Just hoping I don't get Sphinx dusted or whatever it is. Yeah, what's more amazing is I've kept enough of it in my head to be able to actually make progress on this. So I got that going for me. Okay, and then if everything goes according to plan, and it did, we'll tag him, he'll take double damage, and we'll be able to Osmos... No, we won't be able to Osmos. No! Well... Still a decent amount of MP, I suppose. Okay, I made it back to the plaque room. This is the path to hell. So I think we're no longer in Jade, we're in... I don't know, yellow? Sulfur? Probably should heal Arslick. It's like a couple bad attacks away from dying. When I said a couple... Well, let's fix him up. And remember to put him back in the right row. Because this is my favorite mechanic in the entire game. And one I'm actually aware of. Oh fuck, you're right. Oot. So one thing I forgot to change. I swear I did this earlier. It's probably gonna break stuff for me at some point. How you doing, McEmblem? I sit here very embarrassed. Especially because I went and changed the title last night when I'm like, oh, that's a thing I should do. It's been a while since I've made that kind of mistake. Nuts. I have to know. But I also know better. Wait, no. Not himbo, never himbo. Warp 1. Slightly miserable due to a cold, but only slightly. Huh. That's pretty much how I'm feeling today. I've got a... Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot to put the damn thing in the back row. They're faster than me. There's no point in trying to do it any other way. Well, if I get lucky, I get to steal some of their stuff back. And if I get unlucky, I have to burn an elixir. Preemptive strike. Never mind. Oh, I've cursed him. That's not what I wanted. I even said I'm going to do this, but I got distracted. Oh, it's gone. I love how you can't fix this in battle, too. That's like the worst thing. Okay, 2 mistakes combined to be really bad mistake. Cosmos the back one just in case, nothing's gonna matter. Attack the back one, because you're completely superfluous. But thankfully it was cursed, so it was guaranteed to die from that hit. Cursed is like fear in Mario RPG, after all. No, not that button. There we go. Oh, what a game. Ooh, a dragon. Ouch. What do you do to a green dragon? Don't they usually breathe fire? Alright, there goes Arslick again. Cursed, good, he'll be doing less of that. It's a shame I didn't actually proc the... I didn't have a chance to proc the hammer, the axe thing. Now, she goes last. There's a good chance that we'll get Arslick back up. See, look, 13 damage. It's amazing what Curse does. Not effective, my ass. These spells should not be able to fail in battle. Alright, whatever. Green Dragon's dead. Arslick gets nothing out of it. We get, I don't know, whatever Green Dragons do. We get nothing out of that. And of course, Arslick is back in the back row again. Which I'm totally gonna forget again. But on the bright side, we did get an awful lot of magic from that dragon. Okay. Put my finger over the select button, so I'm not forgetting to do this time. This took me to Pound Town. No, it was Pound Land. Pound Land. It isn't alliterative, but it is very, poundful. Oh, man. It's true. Poundland might have been Fist's favorite place in the entirety of the UK. He said Pound Town? No, he was wrong. It was Poundland. I mean, it's literally a UK dollar store. As much fun as the name is, and as much as we did that same set of jokes when we were in the UK. Poundland is not as funny as he made it sound. No, it's not. It's just a dollar store for British people. So. But it was kind of cool. You know, you could buy pretty cheap Mars bars and other stuff there. You know, get your UK candy. It's a good place you want to get your UK candy on. Yes, Preemptive Strike. I remember buying, there was these weird-looking candy eggs I bought that were not very good and didn't have labels on them. I don't remember why I became temporarily obsessed with owning them. And then I ate one of them like, this is terrible. It's just like bad frosting inside of an egg. Yep, I did find a chocolate egg with no label, and I did eat it. At least some of it. Wouldn't advise it in the future. It was not a good call, but it didn't cause me any lasting harm as far as I know. Yeah, there's probably a picture of it. When the pictures I have from Scotland are mostly of an iPad that we used as a whiskey menu at the Bon Accord. Because we didn't... Right, I did this! Okay, I was briefly worried for a second. I'm like, I hope this isn't a dead end unless I need some sort of fancy item. Alright, here we are. Hell, which is surprisingly green. Let's think about healing up first. Okay. Death Rider. I prefer Ghost Rider, but you know, can't have it all. Let's see if what it takes to kill a Death Rider. They have high defense, or so it seems. Might be worth tagging with the Cursed Blade if that... Okay, they're weak to fire, that's good to know. Absurdly weak to fire, and are highly poisoned. Yep, we finally get some unique music in a dungeon. It took long enough. Excuse me. Alright. Choices. Not that way. That's not a door. Let me guess. None of these are doors. What an odd choice. Obsidian Tower also has special music? Oh, interesting. I think tagging might be smarter here. He's fast enough to make it justifiable. I think just outright murdering the one in the back row, and then we'll have to deal with whatever's in the front row. For preemptive strike. Oh, never mind. Dang it. Weird. It's not what I was expecting. And that didn't kill. This is odd. Alright, well, no point in doing that. We direct most of the attacks. So I think if fire across the board will do these guys good. And then have everyone else attack that one. Just put Mario Maker Pick a Path in Final Fantasy. More doors with fake rooms. You know? No. No, I wouldn't. Oh, come on, Arslick. It's gonna kill all the rest of them. No, it's not. It killed none of them. And Arslick just dies. This is not ideal. Yeah, the splitting penalty is way too severe. Yeah, it's literally this game. It was the progenitor of that particular idea somehow. Even people who didn't know about it in Mario Maker knew about it. Or didn't know about it from Final Fantasy 2 knew about it from Final Fantasy 2. Well, fire level went up. Ribbon? Oh, man. Oh, if only I could get rid of this crap in my inventory so I could use the elixir on someone who deserves it. The question is, do I get rid of a Phoenix Down or an elixir? That's a tough choice. I'm gonna get rid of a Phoenix Down. I feel it's less risky, but I'm definitely gonna need to be smarter from this point on. Now, let's see what ribbons do. Defense goes down from Diamond Helm. Barely from Flame Helm, but if it does what I think it does... It's also wearing Diamond Helm. Let's bring up Arslick. Arslick can't afford to lose more defense. It was more like Slick. Yeah. We're getting there. Alright, what's his hat? He is wearing a diamond. Everyone's got diamond except her. Yeah, I think I'll give her the ribbon because, like, the lower defense is not as big of a deal for her in the back row. But I am a little bit curious whether or not it does what the standard Final Fantasy ribbon does. And if it does, then it's totally worth it. And I guess Himbo needs a heal. I'm kind of curious if this is the only area of the game... those Dark Knights are the only thing I'm going to see in this game. Or Death Knights. Nope. Lamia time. Okay, so the bottom Lamia is Lamier. And gonna nerf the top Lamia. I'm gonna forget to put him in the front row. I think I didn't mean to... Okay, never mind, I still can fix it. Do you know anything useful? Okay, you know what? On the off chance that it works. Because it doesn't matter what Arslick does. It just doesn't. It skipped over Boober, I think. So I think ribbons do what I think they do, and it makes it actually valuable. It speeds up the animations in battle. Alright, there's no... Is he still attacking the Queen Lamia? Don't attack the Queen Lamia. Go back to the Sun Sword. But yeah, if I can get multiple of those for my party members, I'm so gonna use them. And again, just in case it happens... Oh, please, I hope that doesn't work. Slippery magic controls. No, it did still actually try to hit Boober. I just wasn't paying attention. Darn it. But, like, it lowers your defense a little bit. It has to behave like the ribbon does. I have to assume so. I think she might do more damage with her bow, honestly. And that's... Well, if Himbo hits himself, that's fine. He can remain confused. But there's no point in using magic right now. I gotta try out Flare or Holy. Not so used to it, may as well. Put him back in the front row, and heal up Himbo. But at least any of these Lamia fights aren't that dangerous, and they're pretty decent for stacking up stuff. Stacking up the Osmos. Okay, right. First things first. Fix that. Second things second. Secure the people. And then... Yeah, that was all I had out. That's all I had. I am thinking that the downside of ribbons, though, is the defensive drop, especially for the people in the front row. And that is with me assuming that it prevents status effects, which... Myth Golem. Myth Golem? I'm just gonna try things, see what happens, and whether or not I actually want to do this fight. Didn't get tagged. That's bad. Does take damage, at least some. Not weak to fire. Not poisonable. Okay. Try Thunder? I feel if I find the weakness here, this guy wouldn't be so bad. I think he might be immune to Curse. Which is more than you can say for most enemies in this game. Including bosses. Can you still use Golden Needle? You know, I don't know. I never tried. Never tried. Makes sense in a way for some of them, except like if it's a wooden golem, I guess. I feel like if you use a golden needle on a golem, instead of killing it, it should just make it like a horrible fleshy monstrosity. And now you have two problems. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be taking these fights in the future. Yeah, you can only use consumable items on the self. Right. Double check something. That means you can't even use Phoenix Downs in battle. Not that I tried, but you can't. Basically, if someone dies in the final battle, I'm not going to try to bring him back up. That's just going to be a waste of everyone's time. Didn't come till later? I think so. This fight isn't terribly dangerous, but it's also not terribly interesting. And I doubt I'm going to have a chance to spend the money I'm getting from all these fights, and all the money I already have anyway. And money was valuable early on in the game and really became completely and utterly useless pretty quick. Unless life is leveled up, it has a chance to fail. I hate that. I hate it so much. Alright, well, so much for that guy. I feel like the monsters here are actually less dangerous than they were in the Hell Cave. Or the Jade Cave. Well, it's too late. I'm not going to level life now. Maybe I should have. I think I should be very scared of meeting 4 of these guys. Yep. Don't they like no death or something? Shit. Well, that's fun. No, it definitely gave no fucks about being nice to players. It's true. Example. No! They do one-hit KO you. I didn't even get to make any moves! Like, basically, they're gonna punch somebody, and they're gonna die. I can't do anything else. This sucks so much. Like, I don't even get to do anything. They're just gonna lock... Oh, wait, I finally get to move 1. Flee. Miss, that's good. 0 damage, not dead. Paralyzed. 15 has auto-dodge blocking just by holding a button down. How times have changed. Yep. Well, I think we can conclusively say the ribbon does not do what I was hoping it did. And made me immune to all status effects. Alright, we have 2 chances here, maybe. Miss, that's good. 0 damage is good. That's bad. That's good. Damn it! Not seen your favorite bug in this game and it makes me sad. You sad? Hope I find it before the end. This is the most miserable fight. I have gotten to do nothing so far. I've gotten to make choices and they didn't matter. Miss, that's good. 0 damage is good. Blaster is bad. I've got to hit some dice rolls eventually. Honestly, I'm surprised the fight's gone on this long. I kind of expected them to pulp one of the other 2 before reaching that point. Like, there's literally no way I can win this fight trying to fight them, because they have this exact same script. 2 of them attack, and the other 2 blaster. It's an infinite loop! Well, at least because there's only 2 of them, it's a fast infinite loop. Fast-ish. Miss, 0 damage. Blaster hits butts. Misses Boober. Misses butts. Hits Boober. Like, this game does have RNG in it, right? Like, there's a possibility I can break out of this horrid loop. Like, should I reset the game? I'm beginning to have my doubts. Miss. 0 damage. Paralyzed. Not effective. Butts can't go. Paralyzed. Boober can't go. I guess they're somehow immune to instant death, the both of them, but I don't know why. Maybe the ribbon from Boober. Well, no, I think it was a physical attack, so it probably... Butts has something on him to prevent it, because they usually give Butts the best stuff. GG? I mean, it looks like it. It only took 40 minutes to walk down here. But this is stupid. I'm gonna have to roll the dice and hope I don't hit this specific combat, or hope that I get drops that prevent this. Running, I can attack and see if the RNG changes. Not a bad idea. Alright, flee with Boober, attack with Butts. Oh, that didn't change. Any advice, Desi? Any whatsoever? Prayer? Ah. Alright, well, it is what it is. I mean, if this takes 20 minutes, I might be better off just resetting and hoping again. I just don't run into this, because, like, it's consistent. Like, quite literally, I am reading, I can predict what's going to happen at this point. The enemy scripts are that consistent. So I don't know if I'm missing dice rolls, or if RNG has gotten in a rut. Gets Butts, misses Boober. Gets Boober, misses Butts. I'm gonna just press buttons on the controller, hoping that that rotates out something. You know what? See if... Aegis Shield. That's why he's protected. Presuming it does the thing I expect it to. What can I do here? Maybe if I change the type of bow she has, she might go faster? Like, I just need to go one faster than the other guy. It's too bad it doesn't protect against paralyze loops. So, direct question, Desi. Should I just reset? Is there actually a way out of this? Like, because I really don't want to waste even more time on a failed attempt, hoping that this will work. Protects from death? That is useful. Makes me wish I had a few more of those. It might have made this fight less annoying. But the only thing I can think of, really, is try to... I can't move an item out of their inventory. I could equip him with 2 swords. I don't think that's going to make a difference, though. It would make it more likely for him to die. But if he went fast first... Don't know. Try a spell or 2, and if nothing changes... Okay. Yeah, Blizzard. The fact that there is an encounter that I cannot remotely best and gets me stuck in this stupid loop does not encourage me to finish this game. Like, quite literally, if I run into this encounter again, I'm just going to waste 40 minutes going down a big hole. Unless there's, like, a way to make it so you're immune to hold. But it's done the exact same set of actions every single time. It has the exact same hit rate, seemingly. So, like, I think I'm just hosed. Okay, one more idea. I don't think it's a good one, but if it speeds him up, possibly, because I don't actually understand how speed works in this game. Maybe I can get out of this, or he'll just die. Never mind. Well, maybe him dying will make a difference. Like, maybe this will work better now that he's dead. Like, she lived around. Never mind. She's not immune to death, though. Alright, so what we learned there is the Aegis Shield was protecting us massively. And I just wasted 40 minutes of my life. Let me take a moment and think about what's going on here. Decide if there's anyone, like, I want to talk to before going back in the hole. Like, I have free liberty to go anywhere in the world I want. Like, there's so few people still left alive that have names. Like, the Mysidians are nice. Don't think Coeurls could even be fled. Oh. Well then. So basically that fight is a complete hosing. Like, literally, if I run into that encounter, I just lose 40 minutes of my life. Is there, like, anything I can do about that? Oh, hey. These people are still alive. Let's go talk to them. Could be fun. Because, like, that was a complete and utter disaster. Complete disaster. And if I spend 40 minutes going down again, and then run into that exact encounter again, it's just gonna be a reset. Why isn't that Dragoon Man with you now, you guys? Dragoon? Guess I don't have his name in here. Do you want a free Werven? You can have it. Can't hold anymore. Okay. Well, goodbye Phoenix Down. Ricard's gone. I'm sure he was proud that he could die in the name of honor. Did I get an item for that? Like, why did... Well, let me... There's gotta be something going on here. We'll leave Deist behind. There's too many painful memories here. Almost forgot, this is the Dragoon's most prized weapon. It's meant for noble warriors like you. You know what? I'll take it. I made the move, and now I have a better weapon somehow. Yeah. It's a better weapon. Okay. Good job. It was very much a, I need something to do that isn't go back down the damn hole for a moment. Just, I wanted to spend some time thinking, and that just happened to pop up. They're one of, like, 4 people left in this world, though. Like, there's what? They were there, the Dragoon and the lady. Or the kid and the lady. There's the king and queen, or there's the queen and the prince. And that's about it. Like, pretty much everyone else is dead. Like, the named guy in here is dead. Sid's probably dead. I don't know. Haven't seen him in a while. Oh yeah, he is dead. We saw him at Paul's house. So yeah, most everybody's dead now. Yeah, Sid died before us. It took me a moment to remember. There's so many heroic sacrifices in this game. It's easy to forget a couple. I just don't see myself using the Sun Sword. It's nice, but like, I have Excalibur now. Why would I need it? Want to free slot my inventory. Doesn't even matter that I sold it for money. I could pick up an elixir, but like, if I get any drops that are cool, I probably will want to use the slot for that. Alright, so anyway, reading about the Coeurls. Blaster 10, not elemental paralysis attack that hits the whole party. They can make 7 attacks, afflict KO. Evasion obviously helps protect against this, but paralyzed creatures don't get to evade attacks, so there's no absolute protection against Coeurls. Ribbon was a nice find. It was nice to find. That was cool. Alright, so there's no protection against it. Like, do I just have to pray I don't get that encounter? Like, pray. Yeah, okay. Great. Well, at least I won't make any wrong turns going through the dungeon this time. Oh, look! Eyes! Like, instant death and paralysis. What the hell, Square? In the final dungeon, we have to walk down 80 floors to even get to that area. Can't even jump above it. Yeah, is there any, like... Oh, I don't know if I want to do that. Oh man, I guess, did you run into that problem, Desi? Where you got stuck down there with the Coeurls? Because, like... If I run into 4 of them, clearly it's just gonna be the same way next time. Murder them before you, they murder you. They went before me! They all go before me! I can't murder something if it goes before me. I don't know what I cast that blizzard on, but I don't think it was what I wanted. Never had that issue. And pray those things fell, Coeurls should always do, and they did not... They did not change... They did not change the script in later games. Oh, it feels like such a bad epilogue. Yeah, in the interest of this not taking 40 minutes, I've decided I'm going to use the run button, because I've already done this 3 times. That one survives, that doesn't matter. I don't even need the Osmos. Yeah, that is easily one of the worst design encounters I've ever seen in a Final Fantasy game. In a spot that is just terrible for that to happen. Ooh, a dragon! I'll fight a dragon. Excalibur's good for dragon fighting, but you can't go wrong with the Ancient Sword. What a terrible fight. Betray Fang? No. I'm sticking with my elixirs. Guess it doesn't really speed things up all that much if I have to wait for fights consistently. To make it worse, I don't want to take any fights now because, like, what if I get into a Coeurl fight? It just means that any time I've spent raising up any MP HP is wasted. Yeah, I'm trying to put a positive spin on this, but I'm having a real hard time. And it's not like I can make a plan here. Like, even if I acquired more Aegis shields, it wouldn't matter. They would still paralyze everybody and get me stuck in that loop. Because apparently the RNG is just what it is. Like, the RNG seems to reset itself pretty poorly sometimes. I've certainly noticed certain fights behave the same ways. And in fact, that might have been the problem, is that there's nothing in that fight that causes RNG to get rolled. Because, like, a blaster maybe. But, like, because it was doing 0 damage, it might not have been needing to consult the RNG. It might have just said, oh yeah, this is going to do 0 damage. We're no point even running the RNG calculations. Crunch, crunch, crunch. At least they didn't ambush me. Only sells spells, and I can't really do anything with spells. Remember the Picador. Well, remember this floor's trick. Ambushed. Well, at least they're just at least they're just firing me. That should be fine. Alright, so what do I do with that? Yeah, I may as well take a... Never mind. I'd say take a fight, but it's not. It doesn't matter. Alright, well, at least with sprinting and running away from everything, it isn't taking me that long to get back here. So I've got that going for me. The downside, of course, is I now have lower stats than I did going in last time. Zorak, yep. Oh, Space Ghost. You were a weird show. trying to remember, I think they had like Macho Man Randy Savage be his dad or something. Space Ghost's dad, and like this video they gave him like a bad wig or something. Just altogether weird stuff. And who could forget the first episode, or the first introduction to the Aqua Teen Hunger Force? And what that would eventually become. I like dragons. I'll fight a dragon. You know what's great about dragons? They don't paralyze you. Actually, don't know what kind of things these dragons are into. But this dragon will be very dead very shortly. Like, except bullshit status effect stuff, I'm pretty much fine for fighting. I think. That was some bullshit status effect stuff. There we go. Reminds me I should take some vitamin C. Hopefully that's not too annoying on stream. Kill noises. Too nice of a weekend to be sick. Don't want that. Don't want that at all. Gotta remember to move the ancient sword to his other hand. Right side, Arslick has fallen down a lot fewer times. So close. Wonder what the speedrun does, or if it just avoids that entirely. I've ever seen Beetlejuice before. Parts. Parts of Beetlejuice. I've seen the intro like 4 times, because I just happen to be like somewhere where it's playing on TV in like a bar or something. But I've never actually sat down and watched it. Or the cartoon. Like, I also think I've seen the ending where, like, the dad rides a worm and somehow that defeats Beetlejuice. That's my recollection of how that ends. Dad rides worm, Beetlejuice is defeated by, like, sheer epicness of Dune. Fix that. We didn't even get to the... Oh, we got to the stairs, so I'm not too worried about Coeurls yet. Oh. Mantis Devils are probably scarier than I thought. Alright. Let's bring up... Let's see if we can revive him. I don't think it's gonna work. But you know what? We're gonna try. Because I'm certain the guy's gonna die next tick. Himbo's fine. Come on. Not effective. Come on, Himbo, you can do it. Not effective. Unsurprising to everyone. Did see the movie that was kind of like Beetlejuice. It was Drop Dead Fred. Ether. I guess I'll take it, me as well. Just use it immediately. You have to fix Arslick anyway. Like, this girl has an imaginary friend, but he's not really imaginary, but he's also really annoying. I think she eventually ends up taking some sort of antipsychotic or something to remove the annoying, not quite so imaginary friend. It's interfering with her actual life. And the rest I don't remember. But I definitely think they were, like, trying to cash in on that Beetlejuice styling. Ah, nuts. Oh, well, nuts. That just means Himbo's gonna take a pounding. Not the first time for him. This is not a worthwhile fight for me to take. One part near the end when they have a seance, because this guy stole a book from the ghost that explains how to do supernatural things, and during the seance they summon the ghosts. And the father notices the ghosts are in pain. He asks the guy leading the seance to stop it, to put everything back, but he panics and flips through the books. He says, I'm sorry, I don't think it could have done anything to save them. That's how I felt when you went. Fair enough. I forgot to do the things. Oh, man. Now, I'll be curious to hear what your strategy or something for the Coeurl fight was. Or just any strategy for it. Thunder... Spear. I never got anyone to use spears. I'm still weirded out by that. No. Well, yes, I need to heal up Himbo, but Arslick needs help. It happens another time I'm putting up a Twitch channel points, like, wager thing. Does Pat get screwed over by big cats again? Ambushed. Well, of all the people to charm... It's actually pretty annoying because I was going to try to feed off this one. Compare strats at the end, but don't think you had trouble because of your stats. Interesting. Oh, yeah, because you would probably were a lot faster than I was. And so if you were faster, you could probably do stuff because your paralysis would come up on a turn. On a better turn. Yeah, I already hit her with that. Because, yeah, one of the reasons I was hosed there was because of the turn order. Like, I just needed, like, 1 or 2 turns where Butts could do something. And he just never could. Only one of the Coeurls was slower than him. It was only, Himbo that took damage. Yeah, I don't need to heal Himbo right now. Alright, we're in the cat room. Here are cats. Oh no. Well, let's see what happens. Nothing happened. Can't escape. Can't escape. That's bad. And Himbo is charmed. Kinda wish I'd taken this turn and done something smarter than what I did. Alright, well, I have to take the fight. No getting around that. We'll tag the queen to make this less painful and just have her start hitting at the cats with the best damage she can do. There's not much else I can do other than pray that blasters miss. I don't even mind charm at this point. That's one down. Paralyzed. Not paralyzed. Not paralyzed. Paralyzed. That's fine. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna leave one of these 2 Lamias alive. I'm gonna leave the upper one alive. No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because it doesn't matter. I can attack the back right now. They can attack me, too. Actually, whatever we're gonna do with your turn, we've changed our minds. We're throwing everything down on a single cat to try and make sure it dies. Normally, I'm in favor of cats. Not today. Okay, I didn't mean to curse the cat. I probably should have equipped the item. So, in retrospect, I shouldn't have taken out that front Lamia. That was a really bad move. Because now I'm in trouble with the Coeurls. But they don't have that much in the way of HP. Like, they only took really 1 hit from someone before getting hit with fire. And again, we're going to waste everything to make sure this thing dies, because it's just worth it. Okay, good. They don't actually have that much HP. Like, that's 1 saving grace. If I can get turns, I might be able to kill them. But that's a big if. Okay. Take out the bottom one. Try and bring our moron back to life. That'll probably kill her. And it did. Maybe Excalibur is the key to the whole thing. Oh, look, he got up! Nobody saw that coming. Perfect. What's up, Matt? How you doing? I've developed a deep-seated fear of cats. Otherwise doing fine. Not quite as bad as Ranma's, but still. And Arslik got HP up. Doing okay. Excellent. Yeah, other than that, I'm feeling a little sick. I think I caught a cold or something. But I'm doing all of the things I can do to make sure that it is not a long-lasting one. And cats. What do I have equipped? Excalibur. Okay. I'm just shaking my... Oh, preemptive. Okay, if I can take 2 of them down, then I'll be fine, I think. That's 1. Yes! 2 cats! So yeah, I ran into this encounter about 20 minutes ago. A bit more than 20 minutes ago, and I got stuck in it for about 10 minutes. Because they kept paralyzing me. They're less dangerous now. I can afford this. That was most of the top one. They kept paralyzing me and then trying to instant death my characters, and the top one, and the Butts. Butts is immune to instant death, so... Took a screenshot of your stats page of Butts during the final dungeon. You're curious about his stats? Oh, sure, here. I'll pull them up for you. I never figured out how to raise agility consistently, and I'm still not convinced agility is actually your speed stat. Otherwise, I feel kind of good about this. You know, evasion's pretty high. My accuracy is 3 9s. Evasion and magic resist are kind of crap, but you know, you get what you get. Defense is high. Very well learned in both the art of the sword and the shield. So, they're pretty different. I'm not surprised. Strength is way higher. Interesting. Wonder why. Ether. I know where that's going. Uber's on an Ether bench. Did that only hit 1 MP? Went pretty low level. Like, I would be fine playing low level if I wasn't scared to death of cats now. Other than that, things are going pretty well. But yeah, I wonder if it's because I took more... I'm trying to think of like why my strength would be higher. I'm not coming up with anything like good. Did all blind, no maps, no help. I mean, I've been given the occasional bit of advice from y'all, but for the most part, I'd say I've been doing this very, very blind. Probably should have been more afraid of cats, though. I'm not even talking about Cats the musical. Did anyone actually enjoy that movie? Because I don't... Like seriously, did anybody? Even critics? Just a weird choice of movie to make. Hey, cool, I got a ribbon. Like, I kind of get what the point of the musical is. It's mostly to show off people who are really good at dancing. But, like, making that into a movie isn't necessarily the right move. Nobody liked cats. It actually put back feline relations. People actually took their shelter cats back to the shelter because of that movie. It was truly terrible. Alright. Oh man, I love it. I love fighting Lamias. This is still fine. I think my favorite things to do with cats, any type of the production, there's a bit in the critic where the critic's son is tasked with like making a float for a parade, and he does like a pretty decent job, but unfortunately he runs out of time and ends up just making a horse's ass. And then it catches on fire for some reason that I don't remember because I didn't see the whole TV show, and crashes into a theater playing Cats. That's most of what I knew about Cats before the movie came out. I ended up reading the like Wikipedia description of the events in the show, but like it's not really that kind of show. The plot is not its strong point. The point is to see people who are really good at dancing prancing around like cats. Someone outside is practicing the piccolo, and I think he might be playing the same song. What an odd thing. Anyway, split fire was a terrible idea. I'd like to know how low level in recent playthrough Boober only had 380 HP at the final boss. I mean, I can kind of see that. There's not that many things in this game that cast attacking magic, and most of it doesn't do too much. And I'd imagine with knowledge, you could stack up your elemental equipment and do everything more or less right to make sure that it's not actually a problem. And of course, being in the back row means you almost never get hit anyway, because that's not the way rows work in this game. It's not like you do half damage in the back row. You also just don't get hit. Monsters just don't target you. So having low HP in the back row doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world. I cannot believe this fight is still going. They put it back, right? Excalibur, yes. Maybe Osmose. Who knows? Maybe I've just been... oh, that must be it. I've been tagging these things with Curse first, and that might be why I was having a much easier time fighting them. Well, at least we Osmose. Oh yeah, definitely gonna go back to tagging. It just works. Oh, they got the blinks, that's right. That is also true. I'm hitting fewer times. 3x hit is a lot less than the normal like 6x or 8x that I'm used to getting. I was just looking at the final damage number and being really surprised, but yeah, they got like 2 blinks off, I think. That's a lot of blink. Thankfully, blinks do not affect fire. Nah, butts can't hit to save. Can't hit a broadside of a barn. Or the barn side of a broad. Poisoned. Now that's a downside right there. Gold pin? I think I'm done with gold pins. I'm not even certain if the ribbon's worth using, because it doesn't really seem to prevent all manner of status effects, which is really what I want it for. Let's heal some people, because they need healing. Like, I'm still curious what ribbon does in this game, because, like, ribbon were actually really good in Final Fantasy III, right? And 4+, they give you the immunity to most status effects. I'm pretty sure. Okay, good. It's not a catfight. Things I will learn later, I suppose. Actually, no. Actually, yes. Ancient Sword is what I wanted. These are weak to fire, but it's still not worth the splitting penalty. Oh, actually, no. I'm not gonna kill anyone in one shot. We can get away with that. Resistance to all elements, but not outright immunity? Okay. Yeah, I haven't really had any elemental attacks cast on me since. Would explain why I wouldn't have noticed such a thing. I wonder if it's the same way in Final Fantasy III. But, like, I definitely like it better when it's just preventing status effects. That's a much more reasonable approach in my book, at least. Let's go back to Excalibur, just in case I forget. Cool. Nothing I need to pay attention to there yet. I did have a script that was running before I started streaming that I'll need to deal with at some point in the vaguely near future. Its entire purpose is to output a number. And I have to check that number against a different number. And make sure they match. It's a very exciting life, being a programmer sometimes. Well? Nothing there. Oh, it's a teleporter. I thought it was a cushion. Oh boy, it's a maze. Okay, well, there's an item here. Probably worthless. Absolutely worthless. Into the trash can it goes. Amazing developments. F3 went back to status ailments plus all resistances, but you didn't test it out much due to being very into the game. Yeah. This is actually pretty pleasant music. I'm definitely not complaining. No. Golem's not worth fighting. Too tanky. Guess the Golem might be worth fighting, despite being too tanky. Crap. I'll see if we can tag him with Ancient Sword. Odds are bad, but it's still better than nothing. I think I need one person to hit that guy. Yeah, I definitely want him dead, and he can attack the Golem. Gotta go, get some sleep. Alright, sleep well, Matt. See you later. Ugh. Cool. Death Rider dead. And as we know, you can't poison steel types, so this is going to be a slog. Don't think I got the proc. One of the more dangerous fights I've been in recently. Thing is, I don't think this guy has all that much in the way of HP. I think he mostly is relying on his natural bulk, the defense to keep him alive, rather than have it being a mountain of hit points. So as long as I get lucky and he attacks Himbo, we should be fine this round. Like I said, if I get lucky. Losing Arslick sucks, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I think I just have to deal with this. I don't think I can actually spend time raising him. I kind of need to hope that he just gets off as quick as possible. Bright side, we'll get some stats out of this, but man, it's not the way I want to get him. 7 HP, 7 HP, yep. Boy, Arslick would have benefited from those. Alright, so we learned an important thing about that specific form. We just have to take that fight. Just like cat fights. You just have to take cat fights. You can't avoid them. Man. Starting to feel warm. Nothing over here. Yeah, I thought maybe standing between the two pillars would do something, but apparently they're going to hit this a lot harder. Oh, this sucks. Please, preemptive. Nope. Himbo is faster, that's good to know. Butts with Excalibur is faster, that's good to know. And of course, the Coeurl can't actually hurt Butts, so we got that going for us. I'm just gonna... I guess it doesn't matter if I fast forward or not. I can't fast forward, really. All I can do is Turbo A the old school way by pressing it really fast. Which is actually B on this controller, confusingly. I thought there was something I need to fix, but I guess not. Still on my list, I need to buy another NES controller. Just sit down and figure out where to get one and what kind I want. I don't need a good one, I just need one for, like, player 2s. Oh, that's what I needed to fix. Okay, that's a problem. Well, let's hope I can get some damage done. Arslick is a bit spooked. Yep, he's kind of scared, sitting in the back row. We'll try to end this fight quickly, for his sake. I should have just Osmosed. Attack that one. Osmose the queen. Attack the top one. Because Arslick's useless, we have a whole another round to wait. Who knows, maybe I'll get another ribbon, though. Could be kind of nice. Like, there's benefits to taking Lamia fights. Okay, and then once I get out of the fight, I'm going to press select. I've got my finger on the button. It will be pressed. Alright, problem fixed. Okay, another fork where I should have been paying attention earlier, and I have to take this fight. In fact, what I think I'm going to do is Thunder the Golem and have them attack the back road dude. I think that'll take him down instantly if I have both of them hit. Yep. And then do what little damage I can do to the Myth Golem. Guess we try Ultima. Haven't used Ultima in a while. Just for funsies. I doubt it will make a difference. Okay. So, nah, not worth it. Nice damage for 1 MP, but I'm just not that worried about the MP economy anymore. Might have been worth keeping an axe around for Ursula that wasn't poisoned for these sorts of situations, but it might also be that he's just not all that good. Okay, cool, don't go that way. These both go the same way. That's a dead end, and I'm going to remember that for the whole, minute it requires knowing. I want to see if there's anything else to the right of the room. I think I can avoid this fight. Preemptive, and gone. My favorite move for monsters to make. I'm also glad I'm making it. Alright, that's another layer down. Of course! Of fucking course! No, we couldn't end the game without there being yet another Picador. Oh, I hope this is preemptive. Either way, the Death Knights will be dead. I'll get rid of 1. That's still better than nothing. Man, everybody hates Arslick. Just everybody hates Arslick. Well, at least he died without taking anyone else down with him. And since Himbo, I think, does the least damage of the set, he can try to cast Life ineffectually on him on Butts. Death Knights fell into the Death Water. That they did. That's how they ended up in hell. Still mildly annoyed that I cast Life on the wrong person. There we go. He's just never gonna get any HP up. It's the worst part of the leveling system here. I wouldn't even mind if it's just, missing out on XP, but, when you get hit like that, you really want him to be back up. Arslan continuously dying in hell seems fitting after everything he did, yeah. Glad not the only ones to find menu controls in FF3 a bit sensitive, or 2 a bit sensitive. Yeah, they're very slippery. And usually it's okay, except if it's the last character in the group, which in that case it wasn't. Sure, I'll take a high potion I'll immediately use. And of course, to add insult to injury, if you forget to do the thing that I'm probably about to forget to do, then you have to wait a whole battle with an ineffective character, making him even less likely to be used next time. Well, he was behind the scenes pulling strings or something. I need another Osmos fight. And soon. Alright, far left door. Did I pick correctly? No, I forgot to do the thing! Okay, what does this mean for me? It means I have one more character who might be alive to run away. but is most likely going to end up paralyzed forever. Do I try to flee? I said I would be very likely to forget. If it's preemptive, I think I'm just gonna go for it. I think I'm gonna just try to flee. Nope. Butts is paralyzed. Boober is not paralyzed. Arslick is paralyzed, okay. Still 2 people could run. And they charmed Himbo. Can't escape. Chose poorly. I chose poorly. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna remember when that happens. Immediately, right now. What? How did Butts die? He had the Aegis Shield. I'm pretty sure he had the Aegis Shield. I'm completely fucked. Ugh. Paralyzed. Apparently Himbo has the Aegis Shield, and I don't know how that happened. Nope, Himbo doesn't have the Aegis Shield. This is I don't think having Arslick in the front row would have made a difference. I don't know. He's slower than Boober. There goes Boober. Paralyzed. He had the Aegis Shield! I'm 90% sure he had the Aegis Shield. Like, that was my entire strategy there, was hoping I could get... did I de-equip him? Aegis Shield! I never took the Aegis Shield off of him! What happened? Physical hits don't mean crap in the status effect world. I thought that was protecting him against death, and it definitely did for the better part of 20 minutes. Guess that might have just been because of the bad RNG. Swapping with some imps. Oh, God. I don't... What difference would it make? The problem isn't that don't have enough HP. The problem is that I'm not fast enough to kill those things. And I run away from bad fights. Just because I got trapped in RNG loop nightmare. Fair. Like, would swapping make a difference when it comes to speed? Like, I don't think it would, right? Like, I don't know what raises speed. But basically, I'm gonna end up down there again and get hosed by cats. Increases depending on the evasion percentage. What does that mean, though? How's Fantasy Saga going? Not great. Not great. This is my 4th time going down the dungeon. I'm contemplating just leaving and doing something else. Because clearly what I'm doing isn't working if I run into a small group of cats and they can completely waste me and get me stuck forever. Especially because what I thought was helping me prevent from dying to cats forever, it apparently doesn't work. And it was just bad RNG loop. Up 99% evade, then after winning a fight there's a 10% chance you get another point of agility. Okay. Interesting. So then, what that would mean... What percentage of agility do I have on people? Or percentage of aid do I have on people? Because basically what that means is I should go take a bunch of really weak fights. For the sake of that, if I already have very high evade, my evasion's 70%. 670... 0, so she's never getting any faster, which explains a whole lot. Then 5%. That's not very much. So basically that means Boober is always going to be my slowest character. Because whatever I did early in the game didn't raise her agility. So, like, I made her a bow person. Shouldn't bow people generally get, like, a lot of agility? That's a thing. Like, was the problem that I gave her a bow? Because that explains why she's incredibly slow. She has no evasion, so her agility is never raised. My agility isn't terribly... Like, my evasions aren't terribly high either, so, like, doing this is a complete crapshoot, too. Like, there's no guarantee I get anywhere. There, Butts gets agility up. Why? I don't know. Like... At the cost of her being a spellcaster, I could try giving her a different weapon set and maybe that'll work. Like, maybe it's shields. Maybe that's the thing I'm missing. Like, this is silly, but... Is she left-handed? I never looked up to see if she was left-handed. Right-handed. Like, I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Just get her a weapon that's not a bow. In the vain hopes that it will raise her evasion. So we're not doing anything important anyway for a while. Shields and light armor help with evade. Does that mean that Boober is wearing, like, heavy armor? I can never really tell with little icons. Well... Okay, D&D logic. Okay, check these evasions. 76. We take off the armor. Evasion's 99. Okay, cool. I can work with this. So her evasion is presently what now? 0. Okay, that's fine. Take off armor. Evasion grows to 0. Not sure I understand this game. But I need more space in my inventory. Go figure. The other stuff is heavy? Okay. Kinda hoping I wouldn't have to make her completely naked for this to work. 20%. Am I ever gonna use the dark bow again? Bow rhymes with slow, and sword rhymes with lord, while axe rhymes with facts. The ribbon is very light. Oh, I'm certain it would be a very beneficial thing for me to be able to use. Certain. Anyway, I'm not, like, rolling in cash, but I have a lot of cash still. If I get half back for these, this will be fine. I just need inventory space to make people naked. Because, like, if I'm fighting imps, it doesn't matter. It legitimately does not matter. Let's see if this helps. What's her evade now? 34, that's not great, but it's something. Take off his armor. See if that just makes him fast enough. Get Himbo naked too. 45, or 75 isn't great. $99, okay. Then Arslick. Gonna take almost all the stuff off of him. 79. $97, that's good enough. Blackgarb has a plus 10, and I threw out both of them. I didn't think I'd need them. I thought defense was going to be more important. Not one of my brighter moves. Not one of my brighter moves. Well, let's see. So, I have 3 characters that have like a 1 in 10 chance. I have 1 character who has significantly less. Gotta find the balance of having 99% evade and high defense. Yeah, that probably would have been smart. And a thing to consider way earlier in the game, before all of my characters were more or less set. Does explain why I kept seeing evades kind of raise up more as time went on. It's not what I expected to be doing here. But, like, I need agility. I can't get around this. Swap these to raise other stats. It's true, but the thing I care most about is not dying to Coeurls. I don't think raising other stats matters. At least not significantly. Like, I could waste turns doing that, but I think the smart move here is just to do fights as quickly as possible and hope that they raise the stat I care about. Which sucks, but I've already wasted an hour and a half of my time trying to go down there and getting my ass kicked by cats. Because I wasn't fast enough, and at least in that case, I also, because I didn't put Arslick back in the front row. But keeping that in mind, like, if I had to basically swap for, fish for swaps, and the characters who benefit most from the fishing from swaps are Arslick and Boober, and they go last. So there's little guarantee either way. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. May as well. Like I said, Arslick's the one to benefit the most. I guess if I have to do one more turn where I just mash A, it's really not the end of the world. I only ever got like 2 of those off for Arslick too. Hooray! Ooh, agility. Alright, so like, what's my agility right now? Agility is 66, and I'm still slightly slower than they are. 40. How does Himbo go first frequently? Excalibur must give an agility boost that I wasn't considering. It's like 74, huh? Weird. Well, probably has to do with the actual, like, armor I'm wearing. Oh, healing. I suppose that's the argument against swap. Is I have to heal up after. Again, slowing down the process. Heal in town. That probably would be smarter. Do that next time. I wouldn't be able to cast swap again, even after healing them, which defeats the purpose of healing them now that I think about it. Ah. Oh right, she doesn't have any mana. Or elixir. I suppose I can burn elixirs for that. I do have enough money. Oh, that's so annoying. I wasted a turn doing this. No one hit the dang bomb. Everyone's getting a little bit of weapon up. The one bizarre thing about this game is I'm still getting benefits, even though, you know, I'm fighting the lamest enemies in the game. I'm still getting benefits from doing so, leveling-wise. Imagine if that worked in real life. You could level up your piano skill indefinitely just by playing Row, Row, Row Your Boat. You master that song so well that you suddenly can play, like, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony without any problems. I suppose if nothing else, it'd be good to get Arslick above, like, 2,000 HP. That was one of the reasons why I was dying so often. Was he was just right below that critical threshold. If it's a goblin, I mean, these things don't even matter anyway. Just I'm not going to cast swap on him. Like, we're beyond these critters now, even though they took over the world after we went through the big old tower. Okay, is there anything else sensible that I should try to do before attempting that again? Beyond raising my agility like 500 times. Don't believe agility influences turn order that much. You think more evasive characters tend to go first, but you're not entirely sure what's more consistent. Agility mostly affects evasion, but also Butt's agility affects preemptive ambush rates. Oh. That is interesting. And that actually explains why I was getting so many more preemptive rates at certain points in time. I think I probably shouldn't have cast fire on all of them in retrospect. This is not the fight I want. It's like, what should I do that's smart here? I've already gone down twice and it sucked. I don't really want to do another third attempt and have the cats kill me, and a fourth attempt and have the cats kill me. Like, that's a lame way to go. But apparently the dungeon is crawling with felines. And so there's not a whole lot else I can do. Like, I need to just not die to cats. My assumptions about how things worked have been severely wrong, apparently. Like, if I run into a group of 5 Coeurls, unless it's preemptive, I'm just dead, I think. Or possibly worse than dead. Stuck in a gameplay loop. Say, equip Twist Headband, Black Garb, Bright Garb, you threw them all out in favor of super heavy armor. There! And there's not a whole lot I can do to bring those back, because they're long gone. And even if I could, I'd have to, like, reload ancient saves that I don't have anymore. One of those irritating things about earlier Final Fantasies, they don't put all the stats you need to know on the equip page. Like, I raise agility, it affects evade, which is nice. thinking... Not very well, but I'm thinking. Yeah, but my morale is at a very low point right now, just because, like, usually in Final Fantasy games, there's a solution to any given problem. And it looks like I have thrown out the solutions to my given problems. And leveling isn't necessarily going to fix my given problems. Like, having 4 million HP doesn't matter if a Coeurl can simply remove it all at once while he is paralyzing you. In favor of being more optimistic, try out the Berserk spell. Try out the Berserk spell. Berserk raises attack damage, right? Like, haste raises the number of hits you get, Berserk raises attack damage. I think is how it's supposed to work. So why would Berserk help me with my cat problem? That'll help killing the cat sooner. Well, the thing... Okay, let's see. It apparently takes 2 people attacking a cat to kill a cat. So that's a problem for 1. So even in a preemptive, at best I could kill 2 cats. Assuming things go my way, which there's no guarantee they'll go. The Berserk spell doesn't raise my stats innately like you can kind of get away with in some Final Fantasy games, in, like, Tactics. Like, there's some weird stuff you can do with, I think, Shout. And some other things that'll make that work nicely. Casting Berserk is only useful... It does more damage, but it wastes a person's turn. So ultimately it's a trade-off, but not a very good one. Like, I'm not convinced that removing one person's damage in a given round is gonna... to up one other person's is gonna help that much. Ruber doesn't do much against them anyway with their magic spells. I mean, really what she's doing with, like, fire is just moving it over the threshold and get one person to... I guess that's fine, that's true. It wouldn't make a huge difference for her, but she's also going last consistently. This is the kind of interaction I really wish I'd learned way earlier in the game. 67. It's gone up a little bit. I feel like his agility has gone down. And Arslix has gone up a couple points. Hoover's is still the same. Hoover's going last regardless, so... If I did cast Berserk on someone else, in all likelihood what would happen is I would kill 1.5 cats that round. Be able to kill, like, let's say, Butts kill a cat immediately the next round, but still. I think from getting it done quickly, I'm happier having 2 dead in 1 round than 1.5, and then have a slightly faster round 2 and 3. I'd still not be the best of plans, but... Did I throw out the Protect Ring? I might have. Basically, I removed everything from my inventory, sold everything for elixirs. I held on to a few things, but I think I sold the Protect Ring ages ago. I'm gonna guess that protects against things that would be murdering me. Or, like, prevent status effects in battle or something. Doesn't it? Because I basically just went with the general Final Fantasy assumption that optimizing for defense is reasonable. Which it wasn't. And, like, there's no shops in this game that sell anything of value after you get to Mysidia. Alright, I don't care what she does. Like, quite literally, that's the best shop in the game, and that's more or less it. High magic defense along with the slightly less good death resistance. I mean, death resistance would solve some of my problems. Not all of them, mind, but some. Blaster is not elemental. Non-elemental, so it would... okay. We'll deal with multiple 10%, I should have better odds here. Right. And then swap. Good news for Arslick, he might get into the 2000 club soon. Which is way better than the 200 club. Which I honestly don't remember watching much of, but I think it was some sort of religious thing that came on the cartoon channel. One of the channels that had cartoons, at least. It was the 300 club. Not that it really matters. But yeah, I'm still not convinced this is the best course of action, but it's still better than banging my head against the bottom of the dungeon. If you have 7, 9, 9, 9, or 9, 9, then Coeurls will whiff every time. I don't think anyone's got 7. 5, yeah. 6, he's higher up on that, surprisingly. 1. And 4. If I remove her sword, does her evasion get better? What about her items, her health items? If I take those off, does that raise her evasion? It does not. Interesting. Okay. How does one actually raise evasion levels? Because I initially was thinking that it might be related to agility, but Himbo has much lower agility than Butts. And his evasion is only 5. Butts is only 5, while Himbo's is 6. Why? Like, they both have had similar like armor and weapon loadouts through the various parts of the game. And now I'm just kind of trying to figure that out. Like, at least I'm getting some benefit from raising, like, sword level or something. If they hit sword level 10 or 11 or something while we're doing this, that also brings my shot of killing things much faster up a bit. Of course, that one escapes. Oh wait, no, she's the one who swap. I think after... There's no way that... No, there's no way that's gonna work. Yeah, no, Arslick is the fastest, and I don't know why either. Like, there seems to be no correlation between their stats and how fast they are. Because, like, Arslick has mildly higher... mildly higher agility than Himbo, but his agility is a lot lower than Butts, and his evasion is lower than Butts. Like, you find you have no correct control over how quickly evasion increases, based upon the number of times you're targeted by a physical attack during a fight. Furthermore, the progress modifier is -2, making the formula rank plus times attacked physically minus level -2. Being attacked once at evasion level 0, even twice at rank, will not grant you any progress to your evasion level. The third attack and subsequent get 1 each. Doesn't display your progress. That I did figure out. So basically, if I want to raise... That would explain an awful lot. That would explain a few things, at least. Explain a few things. Because people tend to hit himbo more often. Like, that's something I could say pretty authoritatively. Like, people just... Critters in this game love hitting himbo. And so I probably would have seen increases a lot sooner with him. Oh, man. I'm kind of tempted just to go back and just bang my head against and hope. Like, once I get Arslick up to a reasonable amount of HP, just go and hope. Because I feel like the fewer times he falls down in battle, the less I have to cast life outside of battle, the less likely I am to forget to put him in the front row again. Like, I feel like all of those things combined together to go badly with me on that one. I've got a question I want to ask Desi. He's still around. Because, like, if I was getting moderately close to the bottom of the dungeon with the luck I was having, then I feel like going and just trying again is the right move. If I'm very far away from the bottom, then I probably need to keep trying to come up with a better strategy. And by strategy, I mean fighting imps over and over and over. Did Krylo when I threw out my special armors a few streams ago. Yep. Well, that's the downside of playing blind. And having an inventory that's approximately the size of, like, the average glove box. Like, I needed that space for other things that I thought were more important. Which, I think we can all agree I was mistaken, but... Usually these effects are not so bad, because you can at least go pick up, like, decent stuff in later Final Fantasies in stores at the end of the game. But there's only one endgame store that I found, and it sells spells that I don't need. So... there's that. Actually, he goes first. Give me... Not what I wanted. But like a couple more swaps, I'll at least be above the threshold. Like talking Final Fantasy V, like worst comes to worst, you can go to, I believe it is also Mysidia, and grab yourself, you know, some decent late game armors. Not the best, but like still really good ones of various stripes. That's still an option. Imagine in Final Fantasy IV, it's similar. There's still some late-game shops you can go to. Final Fantasy VII has some decent ones near the end of the game, I think. But, like, you also have an awful lot less equipment pressure in that game because you only equip, what, 2 actual items at a time. Your accessories don't matter quite as much in Final Fantasy VII as much as your materia loadouts do. And so having to balance your defenses against that matters a lot more. If you want, you go with Coeurls' normal armors and hope Queen Lamia's drop stuff. That's not the dumbest idea. The problem is the Lamias show up in the same places as the cats. But I definitely have a preference towards ribbons now. Let's go a lot faster once I'm done trying to swap. Got 2 diamond cuirasses. Was that what I've got? I think everyone's wearing diamond except, No, I think everyone was wearing diamond. Or did I mistaken, like, think they were all the same type again? because the icons are very similar. Let's see really quick. The diamond... Oh wait, I see. I have... Though that's different. This is diamond armor, this is cuirass, okay. And then the dragon armor. Not care for the icons. Icons are useful when it comes to, like, classes that can and cannot equip things. Icons are bad when it actually is, like, an important distinction between the armor, and it doesn't matter because everyone can all wear the same crap. What if the... I don't know, the Japanese version probably does have the same sort of problem. Because the Japanese version would, of course, have the same sort of problem. On the bright side, Arslick will have a truly ridiculous amount of MP, and absolutely nothing worth casting. Oh, wait. Okay. It does make me wonder if I should, like... definitely change what people are wearing. Because an awful lot of things matter a lot less now that I think about it. I really want, like, Himbo going fast. I want Butts going fast. Boober's never going to be fast, I don't think. So I think I'll probably try to rearrange their loadout with that in mind and give Arslick, like, the benefit of the heavy armors instead. Since he's already getting pulped, it can't make him any worse. I cannot get that swap off. Alright, well... one round of hitting people in the face to try to get one more swap. So I really just want that done. Now, they're getting too strong for this. Had to be much more careful. I'll try one more time. I hit the wrong button. Wouldn't matter anyway. Okay. Oh, he went faster this time. Why? I don't know. You know, rather than swapping, I'm just gonna have him... I'm just gonna hit him. Like, swapping's not working. I'm not getting consistent results. I could just have Butts hit him in the face and he'll mostly live. See? Mostly. Easier than swapping. Then I'll go heal really quick. I'm gonna do that like 2 more times. I'll heal him up using Boober's HP pool, and that'll get me over there. And once he hits 2,000, I'm just gonna try again. I don't think I have a better strat at this point than just hope that this has made a difference. It's nice that Boober has a lot more MP now, though. That's a nice feature of this. Fighting higher ranked monsters for... I mean, does it make a difference? Because, like, if it's all coin flips anyway, based upon your stats. I have also not been paying attention about, like, my current levels and everything. Just have everyone else attack things. Boober can try one more swap, never hurts for her. Here's mostly what I'm worried about. I'm worried I'm going to have to schedule another one of these. Especially if this one's a complete nothing burger. It's like, quite literally, I accomplished nothing aside from raising my stats a small amount, is what I feel like this is going to end up being. Most inconvenient person to cure, too. Faster growth from harder monsters? Oh, okay. That's reasonable. It does make a certain sort of sense. I know where to find slightly harder monsters within a convenient location. You can see how far we've come. You can also see how bad... Oh, actually, you know what? No. I just realized something important. I didn't save. I would have spent like 40 minutes grinding with nothing to show for it had I died to those worms there, because no one's wearing any equipment. Which would have been silly. Ambushed! Seems to matter a lot less than I thought. Worried about the lack of a save? Yeah, I'm glad I thought that ahead at least. Get myself one small advantage. Overall, I feel approximately as strong as I was when I was last year, which is to say, still a big kind of meh. Put Boober back in the back row, though, since I don't really need her attacking with her minuscule sword. Because she's never going to get high evasion. Like, at this point, she just isn't. That's not happening. I'm not going to spend the time for it. I'm more likely to actually just pull the save off and, like, manually fix her evasion to be higher if I felt the need to. Because, like, it's just not happening. 54... 43. Okay, so we're getting some level ups. The point was to move her into the back row, just to... Yeah, Boober will always have crap everything because of that. It's a shame that, like, your agility or speed is tied to your defense. That's sort of the thing I'm at here. Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to raise Arslick's MP, or HP. I'll have Butts attack him once next fight. See what happens, depending upon what I run into. Maybe not the first round. Herclides. Or Hecht Eyes? Hecht Eyes makes a lot more sense, actually, though I think there's many more eyes than just, you know, 6. Or 16. Whatever number it's decided upon. Alright, I wanted to have him... Eh, we'll have one more turn after this. Hippocleides doesn't care. Oh yeah, Paralyze prevents anyone from getting any stats anyway. Poisoned again. Okay, so... Yeah, this scans now the more I think about it. Because, like, I was definitely getting more stat results down here, even when I was just taking fights. And part of the reason I stopped taking fights is it takes forever to beat through an awful lot of these guys. It's mildly frustrating. Especially after dying twice. Oh, preemptive strike. Come on. Oh, we're not gonna kill any of these. Not a 1. Oh, that's annoying. No, I tried to shoot for the moon and it didn't work. I'll each one take care of their specific one anyway, and they're all probably like 5 HP from dying. Except that one. Maybe we could have him and Butt swap, or Boober swap. I'm beginning to wonder if possibly the smart move is to go down to the castle level, because I'm fairly certain on the first castle floor there aren't any Coeurls, or if they are, they're in easy forms, like just 2 of them. And try to run into Lamia fights to get equipment. With the assumption that I'll be kind of running a bit to the edge. But at least, you know, I'll be leveling things. The Lamia fights down there aren't so bad. The Knight fights aren't so bad. The Golem fights are bad, you can run away from most of them. Like... And I'm getting 2 benefits out of that, you know. One... Actually, I'm gonna flee this, I don't want to take this fight. I'd be getting stats up from fighting Lamias, and 2, I would be getting the possibility of equipment that makes me slightly less slow. And I think I like that. As an idea, at least. I don't know, is that a reasonable idea, or is it too risky? I mean, especially if I do get a lot of equipment, what I'm going to do is warp out, save, and then do a final attempt. Which is a bit of a drag, but it only took me, like, what, 6 minutes to get back down? It wasn't that bad if I was just running away from everything. Like, it's not the worst idea I've had. And there's no other critters I'm really that worried about on the way down. Like, it's literally just the damn cats. So... I think I'm gonna go for it. Exit always works. Yeah, I was using warp to get out of places, but it's good to know it works a bit further down. As well. Well, that was the other thing I want to do, is raise him up to the next health level. So I guess we'll do that first, then hit him in, then save. Not that it matters too much. I can live off the land pretty much indefinitely as long as I get a couple lucky Osmos fights every once in a while. This is an okay fight. As long as I remember to re-equip Excalibur. Fire. Nope. Blizzard. That one. And that one. I think this'll work. So yeah. I kind of like the idea. We'll see. Because, like, also those Lamia fights are good for Osmos. I don't think I played this one very well, but I spent a lot of time thinking about my future strategies instead. Perfect. Come on, don't run away. Just need to hit Arslick in the face. BFK to get some food, alright. I doubt that the situation will change much while you're getting your food and eating it. I don't want this fight. I'd go to take a fight on the outside world for this. There's no reason to go for a harder fight, when all I really need to do is hit Arslick in the face once. Pit friends. I don't know. What do you actually hurt pit fiends with? Preemptively, so that means we're getting rid of some pit friends. Get rid of at least 2, I suspect. 1, I suspect. Crit. He's dead. And now we spend the rest of the fight trying to bring Arslick back to life. Blizzard was, of course, ineffective. Did not want that crit. But at least it's not going to take too long to mop this up if I can get him to live. And they just hate himbo. And that's fine. There we go. He's alive. And I'm pretty sure everybody gets to go... Wait a second. I think that's the right way to do it. Because I was worried that the Pit Fiend that Arslick targets wouldn't die. The other ones I know will die. There's a small chance, a very small chance, that he does not gain HP off of that, and I'd be shocked. Come on, 2000 Club? 2000 Club! Alright, I'm gonna go to town, I'm gonna heal up, I'm gonna reevaluate my equipment situation, and then we'll go fight some Lamias. Or I'll walk back into the dungeon unintentionally. I also don't actually know where a town is from here. Oh, I see where I am now. Yeah, easy enough. Because that's where the wiggle was. So if I go this way, I should be right here. Yeah, that town is dead. Only town around that still exists is this one. Because the Emperor controlled it. Well, I guess no, actually the tornadoes did those ones in, didn't they? Okay, then after this, resort my equipment. Because I'm just going to put everything back on. Though with an emphasis on making Butts and Himbo not terribly weighed down. Like, Cuirass for him. Dragon Armor's marginally better, but I don't care so much. Ditto for him, he gets a Cuirass. And, his Diamond Fist back, I guess. Let's see how much that made a difference for the two. Evasion down to 73. His evasion's still 99. That's actually really good. Arslick gets the Dragon Armor. Where did his hat go? Guess he was wearing Flame, and I guess... Oh, Diamond, there it is. Give him as much defense as possible, just so he doesn't die so easily. Oh yeah, and then she has random crap in her inventory that I need to get rid of. So I'm not really going to have her do that, but I guess it doesn't hurt to hold on to those because I have inventory space now. With the expectation that I might be back later. We'll see. Okay. Save. Because there's a chance that I just say nuts and try to go all the way down again. I do like the White Dragon, though. It's a fun fight. It's not too difficult, honestly. See how the new loadouts go. Got a preemptive strike. Like, Butts is still pretty fast now. Having one character get to go first helps a bit. Because that does mean when Paralysis drops, there's still a chance that he'll be able to do something. As opposed to the Coeurls simply beating him. Right, I'll need to switch back the sword later, but whatever. But yeah, we're just going to try to blitz our way down to the bottom, where we actually want fights. And then we'll have to figure out what the deal is with the special picadors. Combination of needing to explore areas. Not ideal. Right, this is... The upper... Immediately go the wrong way. Reminds me. Oh, never mind. Does not remind me. One of those, I wish this was bound to a different key, but this other keys really don't exist on the Nintendo. Didn't even bother swapping them back. Aside from the fact that I think it might make him faster, and that probably gets us more preemptive attacks. At least that's my suspicion. My suspicion for now. We are doing those fights slightly easier now. Like, I think we're taking 2 rounds to White Dragon before. So it might, our training might have paid off. It's really hard to tell. Either way, 2 of these critters is definitely a fight worth taking, because I can take out 2 of these critters in one go. I need a minute for vitamin C time. Lizard? Oh, whatever. Just kill him. Weird. I thought Blizzard worked on those last time. Might be a case of me not paying attention. Flame Hat. I'm surprised that she's not getting a benefit from that. Oh boy. Well, no ambush. And escaped. I'm glad I spent that time leveling up escaping. Give them the boots of escaping, made things a lot better. Would have been nice if nothing happened more often. Yeah, I've kind of run out of stuff to talk about in-game, because quite literally it's a crapshoot now. Other than my poor decisions that were hard to know they were poor decisions at the time. Like, in general, in a game like Final Fantasy V, I never throw away equipment unless I need money. But the lack of inventory space in this game makes it hard to justify holding on to all the specialized stuff, especially when it's really hard to know what things do from the item screen. Let's see. Other fun things. Yesterday I spent some time working on my puzzle management system, and it's back up to serviceable. It's not good, but it works well enough for the time being. The problem, of course, is I have yet to actually integrate it with Discord, but it's producing the spreadsheet information that I need it to. So that's a lot better than it was. In the sense that I previously had no puzzle management system. It was good. I sat down and rewrote some stuff. It's better that way. I just need to, like, actually hook it into Discord and use, like, slash commands or whatever you're supposed to do. The technically correct thing to do. Yeah, it's just moitering. But that kind of stuff is surprisingly complicated. I don't really want to test it on my own Discord, because then I know someone's going to try it out and probably break something or be surprised when something breaks. Or more accurately, just probably break something for the sake of breaking something. But for the time being, I don't plan to actually run the bot except when it's actually puzzle time, so that solves some of the problems. We're probably going to code it to certain things to make sure that it doesn't go off the rails. Mostly like just locking it to only a few channels. Because really, each puzzle event can have its own channel. There's no reason I have to put them all in one channel. And it makes it easier for the bot to know which event it was. Because previously what I did was I just kept changing the imports. It'd be like, from Puzzle Boat 4, import boat. And so now instead it's just import all the boats at once, and then it will look at the channel type, or the channel name, and decide which boat we need to be on. Added some base classes to make some of the stuff a little bit easier. That sort of nonsense. At least I got that going for me. Actually, this is an easy fight. In fact, I'm gonna bet it's preemptive. Ah, I was wrong. But still an easy fight. Mega Parasites are wussy. The only downside is I'll have to do all the Discord stuff asynchronously, because that's what Discord.py likes, and I'm not a huge fan. But it does make a lot of sense for me to redo this in Discord 2, the way, or Discord in Python 2, the way it was initially written. Because while I do prefer Python 2, like, everything has moved on. When I first wrote this in, like, 2016, 17, 18, I forget, it was much more justifiable. But now it's really hard to justify Python 2 unless you're just being pig-headed. Which I frequently am. But Python 2 especially, just isn't well supported anymore. Oh good, no amnesia. Yeah, but we are gonna take our MP back. One upside is I'll no longer have to remove assorted diactrics from puzzle names when they come up. Are you kidding me? The one that I was gonna Osmos disappeared. Well, that's bad. Especially Butt's no longer having any MP. That's a huge drag. I guess I could fix that with enough effort. Not sure it's worth it. Oh good, the Ice Lizard did not run away. Now we can kill it. Yeah, I didn't decide to include a weird extended character in the title today for that reason. Just for fun. And I can see it plumbed all the way through the system on my side, so I don't have to worry about it, but everything on that way is written in Python 3. So once again, it does not matter so much. Python 3's native handling of Unicode does come in handy when you actually need to interface with the outside world sometimes. Otherwise, it's a bit of a drag with encoding problems and all that. Bytes and chars being the same is much more convenient than the other way around, than it not being. Did find a nice piece of equipment in one of the castle things, but I guess it doesn't matter, I'm not going there yet. Oh, amnesia, I really should fix that. Swear's the only one who ever gets hit by amnesia anyway. Like, everyone else just seems to know themselves better. Okay, cool, we made it back to here. Alright. I feel now that we have unique and interesting music, it's time for me to get a quick stand-up break. I'll be right back. Alright. Come on. That's not the fight I need. And I'm ambushed. And they hate himbo. And Arslick, but no one cares quite as much. Okay, well, we'll just go with the standard plan. Fire the Knights. Attack the Zorak. Alright, definitely gonna play that slightly different. I don't think I'm in danger of dying. I think I'll take out at least the map. I got nothing out of this. Okay, the Knights are more dangerous than the Zoraks. No reason for her to cast Fire on the same one twice, and he'll axe the other one, and hopefully we'll get this fight under control. Matter of keeping track of who goes first. And it begins. Arslick is down on the floor again. If we're lucky with a high roll, we're not lucky with a high roll. Oh, I think it was only when I hit level 10 with fire that made a difference. How close is she? I think she's pretty close. If I do like 5 or 6 here, it'll actually make a difference. And going up a floor, up a level with this actually will matter for killing those knights faster. That knight is undamaged. I want him dead. Yeah, let's just go with this. He goes first, so it probably didn't matter. Yeah, it didn't matter at all. Not in the slightest. Some water. There's that fire up I was looking for. And an elixir. Oh, lucky day. Okay, so let's fix the problem. I feel I should put like a big banner on the screen to my... Like, just put a sticky note on the mic saying, remember to put him back in the correct row. Because, dear Lord, I keep forgetting. Okay. And then once more, just to sort... He's so close, I just top him off. We'll just try to Osmos next fight. Okay. Oh my... I might need to go get a sticky note. Like, this is killing me. I'm not even kidding. Like, a bad encounter with one useless character is just a death trap. And other characters could be in the back row and still be meaningful, but not Arslick. And the fight's gonna go long enough, I don't think I need to try that. Yeah, okay. My optimism was correct. I can kill enemies in one hit. Unless, of course, someone gets charmed, but you know. That does way more damage than her magic. Oh god, magic was just a bad decision in this game. Like, I got nothing out of it. Yeah, I want to nerf the Queen Lamia. The other two can kill the remaining Lamia. I'll just grab some MP while I'm at it. And now we kind of hope that we get what we want out of this. Which is just better equipment. Give me a gold pin, give me a ribbon, give me something. I'm kind of curious what other effect the gold pin has, because, like, that was a fairly early item. Oh, I need to fix his gear. I still think it's important for him to have the Excalibur when we're wandering around the world. Alright, she dead. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Oh, yes. Gold pin. Cool. One of the items we're looking for. So how much does that drop my speed? Or how much... It's actually not even that bad. Okay, let's see. Her stats. 22. Evasion doesn't really matter, I don't think. But let's at least note the 22. And then re-equip the gold pin and see if that raises her agility. It does. It raised it by 10. I'll take that. Anyone else? Flame is a downgrade for everyone involved, so there's really no point in doing that. Still, progress. Yeah, we got one item. But I think the plan is I'll grind Lamias for a little bit. And then we'll just go on offense. Like, just kind of hope that we're fast enough that we're brutal enough that we can just go right through cats. Just be the Super Kitten Puncher 3000. Yeah, I like it way better than trying to do imp swaps. And I felt it. Diamond Cuirass! Do these guys just drop all the best armor or something? Because, yeah, now I can give... Butts and Himbo had the Diamond Cuirasses before. I can get Arslick, minor downgrade in armorness, but, like, she's slow. Who cares? Give her more armor. So, yeah, we've gotten some speed increases. So if we're lucky, we can just get a couple more, and we'll just keep jiving. And, like, elemental damage just doesn't seem to do much in this unless you're actually weak to it, so... Losing my elemental affinities? Eh? Anyway, getting sick's kind of ruining my plans for the next few days. There was things I really wanted to get done that getting sick was going to make difficult. I still need to buy a flight out to the East Coast, because I'm going to go visit some family, which will be fun. I can't run from this fight, as I learned. And I can't do anything to the Diamond Man. I also said to go visit my dad, so I've got to head out that way, too. So it'll be one of those, fly to a city, fly to another city, then finally fly home. Should be interesting, at least. But that's, then that's probably all the travel I'll do for quite some time. Maybe late July, and then I also need to go to... Oh yeah, Thunder was good on him. Need to go to my little brother's getting married in August. Gotta go to Wisconsin for that. Which is kind of unfortunate. There's no easy way to fly into Wisconsin from the West Coast. So either you have to take a layover to get to Wisconsin, or I can get a direct to Milwaukee. And that's really it. So either I have to fly in and then drive for like 3 hours, or I can fly into the correct city but have to eat an annoying layover. Not sure which is worse. So thinking about it, given how expensive rental cars are, it might actually just be cheaper to take the layover. Might not be bad. Could end up somewhere like, I don't know, Denver. Like, how bad a layover generally is depends upon what airport you're in. I think everyone else can actually kill these instantly, but not her. Yeah, and some airports are just better than others. Just how it is. Squid was complaining about how Dulles was laid out, as he flew into Dulles last night. I drove him to the airport. Nice little, like, you know, loop with my car. Haven't done one of those in a while. Attack the back lamia, attack the back lamia, attack the back lamia. I don't know why I did that. I forgot our slick was confused. But yeah, beyond that, hoping I'll still be feeling well enough on Saturday to really get into Dark Souls, because that's been a long time coming. And otherwise, I've got work I need to get done. Like those numbers I need to look at. And I still kind of want to work on the puzzle management system. The thing that bums me out the most is I'm gonna miss. Me and Snyder had just scheduled to do more adventure gaming, and I found an interesting adventure game from this website. Was it Mr. Bill's Adventure Game Emporium, which is sadly no longer around. Given that the last thing that was posted on that website was that Mr. Bill's wife had died. Not terribly surprised. Wouldn't be terribly surprised if he went soon thereafter. That's just how that works. Or at least lost interest in reviewing adventure games, since that seemed to be a thing he did with his wife. Yeah, I don't need this fight. But it was one of his, like, picks of the year for, like, 2004 or something. So certainly an interesting game, and it's on Steam, so good shot of it working. Like, Steam games tend to work when they're run through ScumVM or DOSBox. Like, I've had some bad luck, like the Commander Keen set that I bought. Never worked on my computer. But the other ones tend to work out pretty well. So I still think GOG is probably the gold standard for if you want to play old adventure games. Buy it from GOG and hope. Why is this fight? Why did it have to be this fight? bought Lighthouse through GOG and played it with Snyder years ago. And in fact, I bought a copy of Lighthouse, and I thought I was just going to end up getting the CD case, the CD jewel case, but it actually came with the full box. Downside, no manual, but I do have the full box now, which is kind of nice. Lighthouse is an interesting adventure game, because it was basically like Sierra trying to be more like Myst, and leave you in more like weird alien situations, and have puzzles be more about manipulating objects in space as opposed to combining things in your inventory. And some of that kind of works. But the more interesting thing about it is it actually has multiple reasonable paths, and not a lot of adventure games have, like, good forking paths. Aside from maybe, like, a fork near the end to separate out, like, a good ending or a bad ending or something. If at all. But Lighthouse has actual alternate solutions to certain puzzles. And you can choose to go and do certain things earlier or later. So, for instance, one of the things you can choose to do earlier, and it's very close to the beginning of the game, so it's not much of a spoiler, is whether or not you walk through a portal. So you're basically summoned to this. The plot is you're like some dude living near a lighthouse. The guy who owns the lighthouse calls you up and says, hey, could you come and check on my baby for me? I'm gonna have to step out for a minute. Shit's weird. But you go there and you discover, you have to break into the house because it's an adventure game. By like looking under the mat and stuff. And oh yeah, there's a way you can screw yourself by like not grabbing your umbrella on the way out. It's one of those very asinine adventure game things. But when you get there, and once you poke around for a few minutes, the dark being shows up and steals the baby. And you have a choice. You can either run through the portal after him and the baby, or not. In which case you have to figure out how to open a portal to the dimension with the dark being in it. High potion. That's nice. Regardless, you have to solve the puzzles to open up the... Okay, this is a dangerous fight. To open up the portals later, in the event that you don't go for it immediately. Let's try Berserk. Like, I'm not enthused, but it's not the worst thing I can do. I should have had... Let's see, okay, what's the turn order now? Okay, whatever, he's charmed. That's a little bit bad. Okay. Well, ultimately that's kind of sixes. Oh, come on. Okay, I played that badly. I think she goes too late for this to really matter. But I think we'll have both of them down this round. But it's better to kill one than to try to kill both at the same time if I'm not fully confident that I can pull it off. And I have to keep in mind that Boober and Arslick are very slow, comparatively. But now I have two characters that go before the Coeurls, so I'm feeling better about my chances. I do love the fact that, you still do your proper thing on the turn you're confused. But yeah, Lighthouse. You do have to still solve those puzzles, but you have the option to solve them much later when there's a reason to go back to the Lighthouse area. As opposed to being in the Dark World. Or whatever the hell they call the other side of the Lighthouse portal. And it's all very pretty, all the 3D rendered SGI stuff that you come to expect from that era. Shame I didn't get anything out of that. But nobody died. Got some limited HP up. And of course, Himbo always gets wrecked. This is not a fight I want. But yeah, interesting game. Still kind of a sucker for those 3D pre-rendered background type of games. Final Fantasy VII being one of them. There's a lot of them. Just because that was a style for a short period of time. Before we got to, do 3D primitives easily on our machines. But but after you could afford to buy a machine that could pre-render that kind of nonsense. It would be kind of cool to play with some of those like software packages, but I kind of recognize that like it's probably more of a pain than it's worth. I don't want to guarantee one of them dies. I think that, yeah, 5 hit. Blink was not ideal. Oh my god, Arslick is Schrodinger's slow guy. Never know what he's gonna do. Actually, he might have been faster than Coeurl then. So I would have 3 characters who are faster than the cats. Interesting. I think that'll work. Yep. It's just the way it looks. I wonder if it just has to do with how the renderers were set up. It was like soft image or something. There are certain periods of time that are very... that, I don't know. Maybe people just don't care enough to try and ape them. Because I don't know if we've seen some like PlayStation 1 core recently. Not a lot, but some. Like Steven Sausage Roll is clearly PlayStation 1 core. In its aspirations. Kind of makes me wonder if people will start trying to make things look like Xbox 360 at some point, because, you know, we already have sort of the, you know, NES era graphics that people are trying to make things look like. You know, Shovel Knight does this. You could argue Celeste kind of tries to. Like NES and SNES, and like Pizza Tower looks like a kind of thing that could have been on Genesis, maybe. But I wonder if there's going to be a lot of love for the older systems. No. Oh, I can't attack the ones in the back row yet. Okay. Okay. That's all I can do. He misses a Lamia. Oh, I had... No, that's fine. Himbo should still kill one if we're lucky. Never mind. Okay, so Himbo isn't faster than cats, but Arslick frequently is. And we didn't even kill the Lamia that mattered. We missed by like 4 hit points. Kill the back Lamia. I think Arslick should be fast enough to guarantee that we won't. Never mind. Oh, this is bad. I don't think I'm hosed, but this is not good. I really should have put more resources into killing the front Lamia. Everyone attack this Lamia. You can't do any better. Just some unfortunate luck with that. Okay, Butts is paralyzed. Alright, well, we have a chance to kill one of them. If we're lucky, we'll kill one. We'll call that good. At least he missed. Could have been a lot worse. Alright, Himbo, come on. Kill one. Dang it. That was a lot of 8s. Because I needed more 7s. That's 1 down. I'm not sure about Berserk. But I think we keep getting these, like, combo fights. Either way, we've had some bad luck with this, and I really, really should have made sure I could kill the front group of Lamias quicker. I just need you to hit it. Good. Man, I hate Coeurls. We must be getting some things. Diamond Karas! Cool, everyone can be outfitted in Diamond now. You can all be Diamond men and women. Not that it matters so much for her, but you know, never hurts. I don't think Dragon's doing much for her anyway. But okay, we're outfitted in diamond stuff. Just need people to drop hats. Or we are men without hats. Mostly. The hats we want to wear, at least. Uber has her hat. That's why we're men without hats. I need more Lamias. Good, okay. This is a fight I want to take. This sucks. Okay, Boober's confused. That's not the end of the world. Butts is dead. Butts is not dead somehow. I'm surprised that Butts is not dead. Alright, well, I only get 3 people. I still think Arslick's fast enough to pull this off. So Butts gets to attack Coeurl. Coeurl gets to attack Himbo. Okay, so that wasn't perfect. But we're only down to 1 Coeurl now, so we should be fine. On the bright side, at least Boober's helping us level up HP. Let's see, he already hit him once, so I can take on Lamia. I wonder which ones are dropping the diamond stuff. Is it the Lamias or the Coeurls? I really hope Boober doesn't hit herself. Actually, it doesn't matter if she hits herself, because I can't really help her out too much. Guess we could Asuna her and hope. See what happens. Not effective. Oh, the poison wore off, though, maybe. I can't tell in this game. Now he's poisoned. That poison axe is becoming a liability. Asuna does not work. Oh no, I wasn't trying to cure Confuse. I was trying to cure Poison. Do you not get any, Oh, this sucks. It's gonna live another turn. Boober's gonna kill herself. You know what? I'm just gonna end this. This has gone long enough. My thought was, I don't get any HP up and stuff. It poisoned. Oh, this is a problem. But if Confusion also does that, then I don't really care. But either way, this has gone poorly. Because I can't hit the Lamia due to blinking. And Himbo's confused. Try to bring her back up. Like, a little bit. It wouldn't take much. A little bit of magic. Just need Himbo to not hit Boober. Okay, cool. She's confused still. Right, this game is irritating. Confusion doesn't, Poison does, but yeah, priorities. Yeah, I chose poorly here. Alright, listen, everyone's not confused. But now she has Blink 16 on. I don't think I can hit her anymore. Like, I need Boober to be back up and not confused for this to work. This has gone horribly. Okay, and the off chance, incredibly small off chance, that that's enough damage to kill her. We're just gonna try. "26 damage is better than none, but not by much." Guess I could try Basana. Maybe that'll cure Confusion at this point. I have Basana on? I don't have Basana on him. Probably should at least cast Cure so it's less likely that she'll murder herself. And keep trying. And she killed Boober again. Nope, Boober lives. And is merely poisoned, not confused. It doesn't even need to be a good spell. I just need to hit her with something. I've already hit her with a couple attacks. Probably should have tried to cure that with someone's turn instead. Hey, whatever. Boss in a 5 or 6. Okay, well, good to know. That should do like 200 damage. Hope the poison doesn't kill her. Eight. Well, you know what? Let's gamble. Fire. Cure. And Arslick is apparently confused. Or has given up. I'll take it. He's asleep, that's why. Don't want to wake him. So apparently you can raise evasion enough that you just have no chance of hitting anybody. That's really annoying. Finally. That was supposed to be an easy fight once I got rid of the Coeurls, but no, multiple casts of Blink and just bad luck with who got hit. But everyone gained some stuff out of it, but we didn't get any more items, which is really what I want. Get people more fancy hats. I'm thinking I grind for about another 30 minutes, and then I warp to the top and save, and we try to go down from there. I think that's my plan. Not a huge fan of my plan, but I think it's a plan, and I'm gonna do it. I do see he's poisoned, we'll fix that. It's a shame, because Arslick generally gets beat up on all these things, but barely ever gets any benefit from it. It's a very good plan? Okay. I am glad to hear input of such. And just 2 Lamias. Not too many Lamias, just 2. Just 2? I don't know how to calculate 2. Let's say you had 200 Wonka bars. I just love how useless that teacher is. I don't know how to calculate the percentage for 2. Item? Another Diamond Cuirass. So we do know it's the Lamias dropping those, though. I think everybody has Diamond now. Boober be the last one. Yeah, everyone's got Diamond. I like how there's a nice square I can kind of run around in. Looking for something different. Been fighting a lot of Lamias lately. And Preemptive, yeah, this dude's dead. He is so dead. He doesn't know how dead he is yet, but he's quite dead. So dead. Item now. Ether. Okay. Not like I actually care too much, but it's useful to have butts. Have some amount of MP. Kind of regret not buying him Osmos, but I don't think I'm gonna bother. Actually, Mysidia isn't far away from here, is it? It's just to the east, or west. Well, both. I might buy him Osmos. Because he's like the only other person I care about having MP. And it's hard to bootstrap, but I guess I've got a lot of elixirs, so it doesn't really matter that much either way. What else? Oh yeah, I put out the weird weather game. Team Extreme Weather Disaster. Out on YouTube today. Someone watched the entire thing. I'm kind of amazed. Or at least most of it. Wouldn't blame anybody for skipping over the parts where we're trying to intentionally slow down the computer with Python scripts that print lol. That didn't work. I remember who had a good idea to just go and download something sensible and that actually slows down your computer using some sort of magic power that I don't understand. But it was a really good idea. So we could actually finally beat the last boss. Kinda want to play the other one. But I don't know if that's going to happen sooner than later. Okay. I think I can get away with an Osmos. He'll kill that one. Let's put damage on that one. Preemptive strike. Perfect. Not going to be a hard fight at all. But yeah, just exploring weird adventure games is just always kind of fun to me, just because, like, I never played it. And ones that are designed for kids generally mean you're not going to spend hours and hours wandering around wondering, what the heck should I be doing right now? Which is often a problem in real adventure games. Though admittedly I did spend longer trying to figure out what to do with the, like, barometer settings in Atlantis. That was weird. Trying to figure out which things to change to induce winds and whatnot. Alright, I think 320 is when I head up. Probably get like a good number more fights. And of course, leveling up Flea never hurts. Other things on that list for the PC is the macromedia weirdness. Basically, as part of the deal for using Macromedia Director, whenever you made a program, you'd have to send a burnt disk to Macromedia of that program. And so archive.org got access to these, like, God, like a year or two ago. And they're just an interesting cross-section of, like, I don't know how best to describe it. Like, you've got a whole bunch of, like, corporate training stuff. You've got, like, some things that look like they could be interesting games or informative, like, classes and stuff. Just weird things in there. I'm just kind of curious what is actually in there, and I think it could be fun to explore. I'm a sucker for that kind of thing, and I think Macromedia Director was an interesting product. A lot of adventure games written in it had other sorts of like informative content written in it. It was a good and quick way to get like a cross-platform game thing working. Relatively easy, at least. What's up, Roland Vintage? How you doing? Talking about Macromedia and walking in circles trying to fight snake ladies. And cats. Snake ladies and cats. Let's see if I played that right. I always forget who's fastest. It doesn't matter. If I can kill a Coeurl in one shot, then I'm in good shape. The cats are really dangerous, which is why we're doing this. We need to become more powerful so we can beat up cats. Which is a shame, because in general I like cats. But not in this game. Not in this game at all. Guess I also don't care. Oh, hey, I get an item. Protect Fist. I got a feeling I want the Protect Fist. Let's see how it works comparatively. Diamond Fist versus Protect Fist. It drops it by a significant margin. But what does it do to my agility? 67. Versus 67. Okay, so it doesn't really do much for him, but it might do something for Himbo. Because, like, getting him more evade couldn't hurt. Because he's already at max evade. Which is what, 67? 99, yeah, that's a good trade for him. What's everyone else got? Diamond Fist. Diamond Fist, okay. Waiting for Fridays to play Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah. That is a common problem nowadays. Farrar was telling me he got his pre-order and decided to pick it up around 10 his time. So, good for him. I still haven't played the original. But as you can tell, I don't play too many modern games. It'd be kind of fun to actually play like Breath of the Wild. But I have a different Zelda game to beat first. Eventually. Let me get my USB stuff back up to spec. I really want to know why my USB version works. It seems to work worse. I can just win this easy. I'm just going to fight him. He's got nothing on me. Nothing at all. But yeah, if I get a couple, like, hats, that would solve my problems. It'd be nice. This might help. Okay. It's one Lamia dead. I think we can take down those 3 in one turn. Preemptive strike. Okay, this will be easy then. Way easy. But yeah, interesting thing. I was talking about adventure games and cross-platformness. Because, talking about Macromedia Director, which was a thing games were written in occasionally. Including, I believe, the thing that's on my request list, Who Was Oscar Lake? I suspect that's a Macromedia Director one, but I don't know yet. Myst. The original Myst was actually written in HyperCard, which is an interesting cross between like a primitive web browser and a primitive web browser and a PowerPoint presentation. And you can actually do interesting things in it. It was a really cool program for the time. Oh good, I'm not ambushed. No. Okay. I don't want to end up in a situation where there's only one monster in the front row and I can't attack the back ones. I'm gonna have to waste a whole turn. Been there, done that, don't want to do it again. I guess the bow makes a funny noise when you crit with this bow. It's kind of cool. Ugh. But yeah. I'm still hoping I get another gold pin or ribbon out of this. I'd love to put a ribbon on, like, Arslick to get him a little bit faster. Maybe I'll put the gold pin on Arslick, because Boober's already slow as all hell. Who cares? Yeah, we're making that trade right now. There's no reason not to. Because, like, both Butts and Himbo are now at max evade. Another Diamond Cuirass. Unfortunate. Where is it? Swap. Alright, I just put an item in my inventory that was useless. High potion. Just use the high potion. Because I need to be able to swap this out. Give him the gold pin, which will raise his agility and make him overall better. Because, like, he does benefit from the defense, but I don't think it matters so much after a point. And she has a diamond hat. So let's see what his stats are now. 93% evasion. We're looking better. It's like almost everybody has a high amount of evade now. Except Boober, who's in the back row and doesn't matter. So I'd like another drop. I'd love to give someone a ribbon, just in addition to everything else, but I think we're good. I'm gonna stick with the plan. I'm gonna grind for another about 10 minutes, but this could be good. Yeah, it's such a shame. There's so many characters in this game, and almost all of them are dead. Like, it would have been nice to go back and talk to some of them, but, like, they either had a heroic sacrifice or died off screen. In fact, most of them had heroic sacrifices. There we go. Hooray, Lamia! Also, every time I kill one of those, I get, like, enough, like a fifth of an elixir if I want it. Okay, that's a fight worth taking. Solo Mantises are definitely worth taking. Ugh. I'm also a bit sick, not happy about it. Kinda hoping it wears off quick. Currently at the just like slightly drippy nose and generally blah stage. Which is not my favorite of the stages of being sick. Okay. Coeurl. Attack him. Attack her. Attack the Lamia. Attack the Coeurl. Himbo is now fast. That's nice. Butts is still fast. Yeah, raising evade helped a lot. Like, an absurd amount. absurd amounts. This also, like, if I do set up this Discord bot, I might actually... I've been building my puzzle management system back up after losing it in the Great Hard Drive crash. It had accumulated an awful lot of cruft, sadly. So it's good that I'm getting rid of some of it, but it's also sad that I have to rewrite chunks. But it relied on an awful lot of unreliable things, and the whole printing system was broken for a while, because I couldn't print things in black and white. I'd rather print things in black and white than have to burn my color cards, as anyone who owns a printer ever knows. Not that my carts are running out anytime soon. It's just that, you know, carts, they're expensive. Doubly so because I'm using, like, I have a laser printer. I got sick of bad printers and finally just decided to splurge and get a color laser printer. And I've only printed, like, 600 pieces of paper in the, like, 7 years I've had it. And the nice thing about toner is it really doesn't go bad. Like, worst comes to worst, if you find that it's printing a little funky, you take the toner cartridges out and shake them for a minute or two, and that usually gets all of the bits realigned. Because toner isn't actually ink, it's tiny plastic particles. Laser printers are really fucking cool. Look at Lamias. They just deposit the... Wait. Bad plan. They deposit the little bits of plastic onto the paper by introducing a negative charge onto the paper via a laser. That's where the laser comes in. And then it just sort of sucks the toner out of the toner cartridge and into the, onto the paper. It's really cool! I actually met the guy who invented the laser printer. He was giving a tech talk at Google. And I'm like, of course I'm not going to miss a tech talk by the guy who invented the laser printer. Of course, Bob Cerf, I think, is also well known for other things beyond inventing the laser printer, but, you know, it's still a pretty awesome feat. Surf? I forget the name. I've been fighting too many Lamias to get all my Xerox Park people straight. But laser printers are cool. Hey, that's actually a really nice level up. We hit 10. Thought we were close forever ago, but well, yeah, well, we also died like 80 times. He's close. Arslick? Not far either. Either way, hitting 10x on sword is really nice for him. And the odds that other people might hit it on their way down could help. Oh, maybe we'll go to 25. It occurs to me that if anyone was listening to this previously, they probably were thinking about, like, wall time, like the actual clock. And I've been looking at the stream time, which is significantly less easy to reason about unless you have Franker's E-Face, I guess. Ah, man. Okay, Himbo's charmed. Arslick is charmed. That's really annoying. But they didn't cast Blink. Get rid of one more Lamia, reduce the amount of charm in the world. Ouch. Please don't poison anybody. And of course, she's poisoned and confused. No, I don't care enough. I just want the Lamia dead. I'll fix it out of battle. Nope. You can kind of feel it when there's going to be a drop. And it just wasn't happening there. Butts needs healing. So we've only been fighting Lamias, and we only really take damage when charmed. There's not been a whole lot of damage taken. Nothing there. But yeah, properly implementing the print thing will probably mean that I can actually make that into a channel point reward where you just, like, are allowed to print things with enough points. Not entirely certain how I will implement that. And also probably want to make it so it doesn't happen in the middle of the night. And probably also want to make it so you can't print, like, just a whole black image. That'd be really annoying. I'll probably still have to, like, manually confirm it or something, but... takes the fun out just a little bit, though. I don't know, maybe I won't do that then. Either way, I'll need to set up printing stuff properly for my puzzle management system, because printing, having it automatically print helps a lot. Nothing is worse than having configured printers when you go somewhere. Because it never works. Even if your printer works at your place, it's not guaranteed to work anywhere else. Like, you go to a friend's house, you try to use their printer, oh no, the drivers don't stick. Ooh, item. Another diamond cuirass. Dang it. That must be the common drop. At least we get double Lamia really quick. Up, up, attack, up. But yeah. Only one time I've been trolled with that, because I, had buttons you could press to, like, make it so it printed via Slack. And one time someone just printed a random puzzle we'd already solved. And I'm like, why did that happen? Who did that? No one owned up, and none of the people there at the, puzzle event I was doing. Turns out my brother had, like, popped into Slack. I was like, oh yeah! That seems like it could be fun. Just push the button to see what happened. Definitely freaked me out, though. Another Protect Glove, yes! Alright, well, goodbye Longsword. Let's see if we can raise Arslick up to 99, because he's close. 94. If I switch out for a Protect Glove, he probably will hit the Evade. We lost a lot of defense, but we got a lot of Evade. And Boober's just doing whatever the hell, it doesn't matter. So I'm pretty happy with the drops we've gotten. Everyone's now at full Evade. I mean, they still get hit a lot, so I don't think Evade actually does what I think it does, but... because I'd also have to, like, get Evade levels raised, and I don't know. I mean, I was told how it works, but that's not terribly helpful in some ways. In terms of actually, like, executing and making it happen. But I do think that it's raising agility. And, like, people are going faster. Like, Arslick is going faster. Butts is going faster. Boober is as slow as she always was, but she's a bit of a boober anyway. Like, this actually makes a huge difference in how the game plays now. So I think I could, if I wanted to, be gutsy and just go straight for the bottom, but I think it's also just a terrible idea. Anyway, I want the two guaranteed ones to kill that one in the back, to kill the two in the front. Because they're almost guaranteed to kill them. The odds are with me. May the cookies ever be in your flavor. Mildly annoying. Especially since I think I split the damage. I think I had Boober hit the bottom one. Okay. But yeah, no, like, I'm looking forward to trying to figure out how, like, Discord's version of some of this stuff I've used to use in Slack works, like, actually having, like, nice cards and stuff with buttons. Because, like, I really want to bring back the print buttons. The print buttons matter a lot to me. The updates, the way it works, like, when we solve a puzzle, frequently you get another puzzle. And by having a system that just informs people of new puzzles, it keeps velocity high. Which is a problem I have with the Mystery Hunt puzzle management system we use on Codex Blackboard, is it doesn't have that. And it should? Item. Sage Wisdom. Goodbye, Sage Wisdom. It feels like the kind of feature we should spend a few minutes at the beginning of the Mystery Hunt, like, actually making. But, I don't know. Might encourage people to switch puzzles, which might not be ideal either. Because that's frequently what happens here, is, like, me or Squiggles grinds on a puzzle for a while, and Snyder works on a puzzle, and then we solve a puzzle, and we end up moving on to a new puzzle rather than working on one of the old ones. We've had a bunch that have been open since relatively early in the hunt. Like Zerts or whatever. And I'm pretty sure we knew what to do with that. We're just missing a step or not seeing the correlation between certain attributes on that puzzle. There's not much there. Still, it'd be cool to do puzzle things again. It's been far too long. was reminded I don't think I've done a puzzle thing since November. It said I haven't modified that spreadsheet since November, but it might have been later. Earlier. Something-er. Alright, I'm feeling like maybe if we get one more Lamia fight, we'll call this one good. Warp up to the top. Save with our new gear. Pray we get a ribbon, because I got a ribbon both times last time. It'd really be nice to get one. And then, ditch a bunch of crap in our inventory we no longer need. Fill it with elixirs and at least a couple Phoenix Downs, just in case. And leave. Alright, I guess we're taking this fight. But everyone gets to go first, even if they're not going to damage the golem. Except Boober. Boober never gets to go first. Yeah, it could be cool. I like my puzzle management system because it's a lot lighter weight than Blackboard. Blackboard is just heavy as all hell. But Blackboard makes a lot more sense for, you know, the size of team that Codex is versus the size of my team. You know, we're 10 people if we have everybody show up all at once, which never happens. Codex is 100 to 150 people. And there's good reasons to keep, like, chat logs per puzzle for that. Just in case, you know, we actually miss something important. Someone's like, oh yeah, I think this has to do with the Mayan calendar. Or, Love Live or something. There was a Love Live puzzle last year. Or this year. I ended up figuring out the aha on it. You had to figure out, like, the center of the song in conjunction with the idle mark. And find a song that they both did a duet with, the two of them, and... Oh, come on! Well, shoot. Well, I think Arslick is dead. Depending upon what the Death Riders want to do. Alright, well, let's kill these two first, because they're far more dangerous. Get rid of one of them before I think the other one will have a chance to move. Having Arslick attack the golem is completely useless. Because he can't hurt the golem with his stupid poison axe. Alright, bright side, Arslick is alive and doubtful to die to the golem, but I take it back. It's really not the fight I wanted. Come on. Stop to read. Probably should look at that, since I have time while waiting for these fights to end. Oh yeah, this is a lot nicer. The Desithon webpage is actually really nice now. It's amazing what just a little bit of CSS can do. As done by a knowledgeable person who knows CSS. Saying that as someone who does not know CSS and tries to avoid it like the plague. Okay, like I said, one more fight with Lamias, and then we're gonna go up and then down. So everyone got some stamina. I get an item out of this. Ether, I don't care about the Ether. Okay. Let's heal up some people who need healings. Just everybody. Yeah, it seems the longer I go without throwing around fires, the more MP I have for obvious reasons. And it's just sad that, like, base elemental damage without resistance is without weakness is such crap. Like, doing 300 damage from the back row is nice, but my bow does that. And that's not a Lamia. Ah. Okay, come on, Lamias. Think snaky thoughts. You are the opposite of snakes. No, actually, I guess the opposite of snakes is supposed to be frogs. At least according to, like, Japanese something or other. Not sure why. And I'm only pretty sure that's the case because of Toho knowledge, which I wouldn't trust that as much as I really would. Ah. Don't want to be bushed. It's not ideal. Not ideal at all. Okay, good. Lambie's just ain't showing up now. Must have killed enough of them to make them extinct. Like, these guys just aren't worth fighting because they take far too long. Nothing here. It's how I feel, game. Come on. Just want my one more Lamia. You know, why not? Why not? Comparatively rare encounter. May as well have fun with it. He gets one shot to do something. He does nothing. He's quite literally like, yeah, I'm outclassed. 100% outclassed. Alright, I did ask for Lamias. It's not really what I wanted, but I did ask for them. I'll take care of 3 in this turn, at least. Like, we're doing humongous damage now. I feel like I might be overpowered. And if it wasn't for the stupid gimmick cats, I would have been fine earlier. At least no one got hit by that charm. Yes. Okay, Himbo's charmed. Not the end of the world. Makes it a little bit slower to do what I wanted to do, though. Because now I need to waste a turn to kill the other Lamia and do no damage to the top one. But it'll die quickly once I fully focus on it, as long as Himbo doesn't kill my entire party in the meantime. See, being in the 2000 club helps a lot here. Just, magic sucks so much, comparatively. Even the ultimate magic doesn't do that much damage, and won't ever, as people informed me, which was sad. Like, raising Ultima... Like, Ultima doesn't do more damage over time. Like, it was nice for a very short period of time after I got it, but then it was completely outclassed. Item? Protect Fist. Cool. Yeah, goodbye Diamond Fist. But no, get rid of the Diamond... Wait, what am I doing? Get rid of the Bronze Shield. I don't need the Bronze Shield. Okay, so... Everyone's already as fast as they can get. I wonder if how does the Protect Fist factor in here? Drop his... drop his, thing a bit, but I don't think it's worth doing for him. If it confers some sort of useful stat, maybe it's worthwhile for Boober. She doesn't need the defense nearly as bad as everyone else. We still got equipped. It's one of those cases where... Yeah, I guess. I can't really come up with a reason not to. Alright, let's go. Do not care that it costs MP, because we're immediately going to fly somewhere else. I'm just going to go to Mysidia. Why did I want to go to Mysidia? I was thinking about buying him Osmos. I also thought Mysidia was like just right over here, which it is. How's the progress? Good. You caught me right as I was warping to the top again. So I went and I got a bunch of drops from Lamias. So now I've got a gold pin on somebody. I've got Protect Fists on most people. I've got Diamond Cuirasses on everyone now. In fact, I have too many of them. So I think and everyone except Boober now has 99 evade. So other than selling this stuff, I can't part with the Dragon Armor, it's too cool. Dragon Armor must be cool. It has to be cool. It's got the name Dragon in it. A couple Phoenix Downs, just to be sure. And then some more elixirs. I'm going to save like one spot in my inventory just as a... Did I buy another Phoenix Down? Is that what I just bought? 3 Phoenix Downs is probably enough. So that's the status. We're gonna go try the dungeon again. I think that, based upon the prior battles I fought, I have 3 characters, Arslick, Himbo, and Butts, that are now faster than Coeurls, so I can at least trim the amount of them fairly quickly. Arslick is still a little bit behind on the attack curve, which worries me, but if I can take out 2 in a fight where I have to face, like, 4, I'm fine. Where I have to face 5, a little bit more... Oh, I want to stay in in. Where I need to face 5, I'm a little bit more worried, but I think my odds are a lot better now. And simply put, having Arslick with just more HP makes him less likely to die and me less likely to forget to put him in the front row again. And he hasn't died in nearly as many encounters, but I have been choosing my encounters kind of carefully. So, now we can play the game! Yep. That was a good episode. I think originally they were going to try doing like some machinima thing, or trying to like make their own World of Warcraft graphics or something. And then one of the dudes is like, why don't we just call Blizzard and see if they want to do this? And they did, and they're like, oh hell yeah, we want to do this. Makes it easy. Did always like when StarCraft. South Park kind of branched out in terms of like styles of animation. Because like the anime episode is awesome. Fun times with weapons. And then you've got things like Major Boobage. I absolutely love Major Boobage. And not just because there's boobs in it, but because it's, you know, a parody, a very loving parody of Heavy Metal, the movie, which isn't very good, but is kind of entertaining. You know what? I'm paranoid. I have spent so much time, I'm just gonna warp back and make, like, an extra save. Just to be 100% sure that I saved. I know I probably did. But, you know, sometimes you gotta press the save icon, like, 50 times, like, right before your final exam, before you turn the project in. You definitely save more than once. Can't believe you didn't make the reference to the shurikens. Yeah. Hey, Kenny, there's even a weapon you can afford! Oh, such a good episode. And whatever Cartman's ninja was called, and his many, 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 many powers. I always feel bad for Butters. Butters always gets kind of the worst of all that stuff. He was such a good pimp. That was another just really good episode. I forget what it was actually called, but Butters just becomes a pimp, runs a kissing company, goes to a pimp convention. Oh, so good, so good. And the undercover cop. It's a gross episode, but it had its moment. Alright, let's actually fight things this time. I doubt I need the tag for it, but may as well. But yeah, I spent the last... when were you last here? Oh god, more than an hour ago. I spent the last hour leveling up. Down there. I think it was a good call. Like, I switched tactics from, like, being in here to going to where the Lamias were. And getting Lamia equipment, I think, makes a difference. Evade, I do believe, is what actually determines your turn order. Because now all 3 of my dudes are so faster. So we kill the Cerberus and bury him in Bart's backyard. That one I definitely miss. Axe. I got more axe damage. I'm gonna be axing some people some questions. Man, the Cerberus fights in, like, Kingdom Hearts 2, I think, were kind of fun. From what I remember. But yeah, speaking of games, I'm ready to be done with this one. This game's mechanics are obscure and frequently obnoxious, and I cannot believe, like, I just completely screwed myself. I mean, I optimized for something that wasn't the right thing to optimize for, but it was very difficult to understand how the stats interplay for that to work. One of the final bosses. Oh, yeah! I think, wasn't Cerberus that had the really dumb script, which was literally just hit someone for, like, 2k damage every turn? like... Or was that Twin Dragon? Might have been Twin Dragon. Game has been entertaining for historical purposes. That's true. You know, and up until this point, you know, there was certainly some bullshit, but up until this final dungeon, I wasn't really feeling it that badly. I had a few low points where I, like, died in the middle of a long dungeon or something. But here was really where I hit my natter. Two-headed dragon, thank you. I still can't believe I just walked up to the Dark Cloud and was like, "Yay! Hey guys, what's going on in?" Did not work. Complete noob trap. I guess Final Fantasy III also had that, where I had to just like, "I'm ready for the final dungeon!" No, you are not. Got extremely lucky in some rough spots. I guess Karma's catching up with me a bit. But, like, finding the Ancient Sword and realizing just how powerful Curse was, I think really made it for me. Like, unless, like, the only way this game gets really scary is, you know, a lot of bad status effects leveled on you at the same point in time, the Lamia thing. But also, when you have multiple enemies, like, there aren't a lot of really hard-hitting whole party attacks that people bring out, compared to the amount of HP you have at this point in the game. And so single target hits aren't that bad unless they immediately KO someone, aka Arslick. The regular, completely average two-headed dragon compared to Cerberus, Echidna, and Ahriman, yep. The other ones are more interesting. I think Ahriman probably had like the most complicated script of any enemy in that game, where he cast like 8 different spells. Like, I wish they'd kind of done that earlier. Like, pretty much every boss in that game either just hits you hard every turn, or casts a single spell over and over and over. And Ahriman actually had something interesting going on. To be fair, I think Dark Cloud also has the possibility of doing something interesting. It just didn't when I did it. My kingdom for a lower encounter rate. I'm certain I said it at some point during this run, but I do miss, you know, access to max repels or marble 1s. Only enemy in the game that a palette swap. That's kind of impressive. Wonder why they didn't have one of those earlier. It's the kind of thing you'd expect from them. Man, Arslick just cannot catch a break. Everything seems to want to hit him. Okay, that's one room down. And let's take this one. It's gonna die fast enough unless it, like, turns everyone to stone, which I don't think it will. It does occur to me that I never really leveled up Asuna high enough, I think, for butts to unstone Boober. So these guys are still a little scary. I probably should have kept at least, like, one gold pin in my inventory. Yeah, when I played Final Fantasy XIV, one of the dungeons, finally back here, it was common to run, I think, started with the Ahriman as the very first boss you'd face. You had to, like, walk him around the dungeon to have him open, like, doors for you or something. It's been a very long time, and that's all I remember about that dungeon. I can run from this, and I will! Yeah, I legit do not remember any of the other bosses in there. Because bosses always come in threes in those dungeons. I can run from this one. Like, I think the only forms I can't run from are the single horse plus golem and double horse plus golem encounters, which are still the scariest. Mostly because double horse is kind of awful. But other than that... Actually curious. Yeah, still Excalibur. I know I had to use the Curse Sword to tag the last dragon. Didn't know you can run from Death Riders? Oh yeah, I've been doing that for a while. The only form that I've not been able to run from is Death Rider plus Mithril Golem and two Death Rider plus Mithril Golem. And if there's a 3 Death Rider plus Mithril Golem, I wouldn't be able to run away from that one either, I assume. One sec. Sorry about that. All right, we're in Cougar territory now. Okay, this is a fine fight. I will take this fight. Pretty sure Butts can just outright kill it, but I'm in the interest of being safe. We'll have Arslick also take a swing at him. Thought they were mandatory because I showed up with the Mithril Golems. Said fuck these golems that it didn't work, so you assume Death Rider just stopped you from running. That is a fair assumption. But I think I saw every single enemy form down there, and I ran away from all of them except that one. Those 2, I guess. But, so I'm not complaining. I'm happy that I could run away from them. Unrunnable fights are no fun in an awful lot of JRPGs. I forget what was in here. I thought it was something cool. It might just be bait equipment. Don't need to bait equipment. Oh, it's Ether. Whatever. I don't even need that for anybody. Still gonna drink it right now, though, because if I get a drop in a battle, I won't be able to use it. It's a thing that would have been nice and be like, oh yeah, you know, need to empty your inventory? You can use the item, too, instead of just throwing it away. Dang it. And Arslick gets punched in the face. Congestion's getting a little bit worse. But we're gonna soldier on. We're beating this tonight. Unless I run into something worse than cats and have to restart the dungeon again, in which case we might not be beating this tonight. But otherwise we'll be beating this tonight. Mostly because I need to free up a little bit of time. 2 golems I can run away from. Let's find out. At least those Scythers don't do 300 plus damage. That is true. I think the item over here was kind of worth it. And that the item down there was absolutely garbage. In fact, I suspect every item is kind of garbage here. Continuing with the general Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's garbage. Why did I do that? I knew there were eye drops on this floor. I just didn't know where in the floor they were. Still wonder if Dragon Armor... Like, I feel like Dragon Armor should convey some sort of useful elemental resistance or something. So I kind of want to put it on Boober. But at the same time, I'm half expecting that it wouldn't do anything useful for me and would make it worse somehow. But if she's already slow as all hell, so I guess it probably doesn't matter. Items in the last dungeon just in case you need to heal blind. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, and Himbo failed me here. Lovely. It's fine, you can avenge yourself, Himbo. Alright, since I'm reminded of it, since it's sitting right here, more vitamin C. Things you may not know. You can, in fact, overdose on vitamin C, but it's very hard, and the only thing that really happens to you is it gives you bad diarrhea. Unlike some vitamins that you overdose on, you can have actually disastrous results. Vitamin C is fairly innocuous. Alright, well, I guess we're fighting this one. Still don't think Thunder is ideal, but it does a lot more damage than anything else I can throw at it. Wish Arslick just had something he could do that wasn't completely worthless. Because it's clearly using the Pokemon typing here. Steel beats... Steel's immune to poison. Just kind of wondering how many more floors there are. And how dangerous the Picador part's gonna be, because I'm not that far away from the Picador now. A couple flights of stairs. They are weak to thunder? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I assumed so because of the amount of damage I was doing. It's much less than I would get on a weak target that I'd be casting Fire 10 on. But I assumed a combination of it being, you know, only Thunder 6 and being, having a high magic defense made it a lot blunter than I would have expected. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay. Picador. I went through the first one last time. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so this is very different than what I was expecting. Okay. Oh, they're dead. They're so dead. What I was expecting was that at least one of them would take me to a tiny room. Only Thunder 6 when others' entries caps it at light 3. I mean, that's just how this rolls. It's Final Fantasy II, Kappa. It's just how it rolls. How you doing? Yeah, this is very different, and that worries me. Like, I'm doing fine. I've got resources up the wazoo, and I know there are fights I can take where I can afford Osmos. But I also, like, this is another, like, cognitive thing. Alright, we've trained for this. We trained for this. Oh, it's preemptive. Okay, we're fine. I was worried, but we're fine. We are totally fine. We'll take out the front one. We'll take out the top right one. And we're fine. Okay, now Butts will take out that one. We'll have her attack that one. Himbo is... No, we'll have Himbo attack that one. And then Arslick will hit this one. I think that'll kill all of them before they get to move. Like, it was kind of a 50-50 if Himbo was going to take out the cat, but it took out the cat. Yeah, evade! Evade! Evade does everything! The only stat in the game that matters! Evade! If I'd raised evade up earlier, I would have, like, completely breezed through this. Alright. Enough grandstanding. Let's get back to door picking. I mean, it's not, I mean, in terms of, like, the ability to get past that specific obstacle, yes, it's been figured out. But I definitely had to be spoon-fed the true nature of evade. Because evade doesn't do what you think it does. Like, I don't... Like, okay, I guess because of the multi-attack thing, I do evade attacks. It doesn't feel like I evade a lot of attacks. But the speed thing was important. Gonna go over evade versus defense, he got murdered. Yeah, I appreciate that. That definitely made me want to continue playing. There are points where I definitely needed a hint or two, and that was one of them. And Arslick actually got HP up from that? Alright. Cool, I found a treasure chest. Genji hat. A monster appears. Tiamat was in that box. Happens to the best of us, I guess. Try Zerg. Just gonna attack otherwise, see what happens. Preemptive. Lovely! That's not much damage. Poisoned. Okay, that's good. Cursed. Alright. Not gonna say it's easy street, but I'm much less worried now. Yeah, let's just try buffs. I don't feel confident in elemental magic here to really do a lot, so let's just cast some buffs and see what we get. Wait. Equip Excalibur again. Not making that mistake again. Well, I probably will, but I'm not making it again right now. Yeah, that's good damage. And still poisoned. It's Himbo. That was a crit. Yep. Completely defanged Tiamat here. Completely defanged. I'm just gonna go auto attack now. I don't think there's any point in not doing it. Doesn't like Himbo. Doesn't really matter. What's this, Dragon Quest? I mean, Tiamat's been in a lot of things. Tiamat's definitely like a Dungeons and Dragons critter, too. I found an item. I found an elixir. Okay, well, whatever. Alright, so I found a Genji helmet. Now, for one, I do want higher defense, but if it comes at the cost of my evade, it is not worth it. It does not come at the cost of evade. I think that's an argument for me to put it on Himbo if I can get away with it. Because Himbo just takes more hits. Let's see. Nope. Can't afford it. Back to your diamond hat. Alright, can I put on Urslick? Oh, goodness no, he's wearing the gold pin. He probably is not getting his evade without that. Yeah, I can't afford it there either. Alright, well. Genji for butts. I guess that means I can put a diamond hat on Boober since she was wearing a... No, she's wearing a diamond hat. That's fine. Not that Butts gets hit a lot, but you know. Alright, well, I found a cool item. They didn't get first attack. Like, every time these pop up, I just feel some dread. I'm gonna make sure 2 of them die. The dread's in my dreads, mon. I feel dread in my dreads, mon. But this is fine. Since we're a lot faster than the others, we can just kind of get away with this now. Have him attack the Coeurl. Did he attack the Coeurl? I want him to attack the Coeurl. Then he attacks that, and he attacks that. That should get us a complete sweep before they really even get to move. Oh, man. Ear done popped. Should not be happening at roughly sea level. Nope, not an illusion wall. Okay, so that Picador is... I just realized I could have warped out of this room. Guess what I'm going to be doing shortly? Warping out of this room. Alright, so once I get to the end point of any given room, I just need to remember to warp out, because there's no reason for me to walk all the way back. And I think that with how it's laid out, it's marginally faster than to warp back to a door than it is to go 1 floor lower. Marginally. Let's grab some mana off him if he's got some. Since he doesn't hit hard enough for me to really care all that much, he's not going to kill Urslick in 2 hits. Yeah, we did 1 damage! Holy cow! And? Yeah, you man on him. I'll take that. And he's dead. Cool. With minimal interference. Alright, now to go cast a lot of magic. And to get an item. An Ether. Yeah, diamond hats are out. We're never going back. Okay. Your butts. Good enough. Your himbo. Good enough. Go to butts. Cast work. Alright, let's try the left door this time. Reminds me, now that I'm in new territory, I probably shouldn't use run so much. Using run to get past parts I had already seen. And been frustrated by, oh hey, this is new. Devil Wolf. Here's my guess. They're not that scary. Go with the standard loadout and see if I can kill them all in one go. Yeah, this is gonna go fast. Way fast. Ridiculously fast. Alright, well, not scary. Cat's scary, dog's not scary. Good to know. Right, I said I wasn't going to do that. Okay, there's a box here. they're telling me I need to move Zig. Oh, I didn't get the one-shot. I really should go for the guaranteed one-shot with these guys instead of trying to... Or really, guaranteed two-shot rather than hope for one-shot. Because I could have to burn a lot of resources to kill these things if they get me stuck in a loop. Or if they get me stuck in a loop and I'm just screwed. RNG hell. But maybe my Protect gloves are helping me. Who knows? It's in the... Oh, I'm carrying too much. Yeah, right, I got the Ether that I was going to use. Just give it to Boober. Top her off. Alright. What's in the box? Genji Glove. A monster appeared. Shocker. Eh? Zombergen. Oh, I remember this guy. We fought him 1,000,000 years ago. Completely forgot about him. Absolutely forgot about him. Well, he's a zombie, so let's cast fire on him. This should be funny. Let's see. That's not much damage. That's a decent amount of damage. Immune to Curse. Irritating. Weak to fire. Yeah, let's throw out Excalibur and go for it. I don't think I need to tag him with Curse with the amount of damage I'm doing and the amount of missing he just did. And he's gone. We haven't seen... Why have we not seen him since the beginning of the game? That's a good question. I think it's because he's been in this box. Alright, Genji Fists. Can I afford to equip it on Butts? Give him the full Genji loadout? Apparently I can. So I dropped the Protect Glove off him. Yeah, I need Protect for some people, but I think Protect Glove isn't actually all that helpful for, say, Boober. Because again, like, I can't raise her evade up anyway, so... Goodbye, Protect Glove. It's been nice. Let's check. Okay, I wasn't an idiot. Good. Need to really get my finger off the B button. Let's see if there's anything cool over here. Murdered him when he killed Yosef with a rock. Yep. That's what I said like 1,000,000 years ago. Because it was a really long time. That was in the Ice Caves. That was the 2nd or 3rd dungeon or something. Like a really long time ago. 1447 just doesn't have the same ring. I eat. Yeah, Yosef would be one of the people I'd go back and visit if, you know, he was alive. Pillar. Yeah, I thought something more interesting had just happened, but it hadn't. Preemptive Strike. Oh, they're also dead. I think this pillar room is not interesting, is what I've discovered. Suspicious Stick. It's possible. But nope. No pillar room, no pillar men, no pillar nothing. I think we'll use Warp 2 because we want to go check out the doors to the right. Okay, there's only 4 doors. I've seen some other suspicious stuff, but I think that the... Reevaluating my thoughts really quick. Preemptive! Yay! No scary cats. 131, we're so close. To the meme numbers we want. But the way I think this dungeon works is that there's 2 different sub-levels that the doors let you into. And I've more or less seen everything on the left-hand side. And so these 2 doors take you to a different sub-room is my guess. Maybe. I'm not afraid of no ghosts. I refuse to be afraid of no ghosts. In case it's not preemptive. Okay. I would have gone with Himbo having his own cat if it had been preemptive. I thought it was preemptive, but I didn't think it was. Either way, 2 cats, much less dangerous. It doesn't matter. Himbo will take the other one down. It'll be gone. Alright, so I think the last one takes us up the right side here, so we can at least trace around and see what we see. Which makes me think this might have been the right path. Preemptive. Ah, what a waste. Like even their blaster move sounds like they're meowing. I can never hear the meowing over the sounds of my own anguish. Probably should have been more quiet during part of that. There we go. That should take out the whole group. Getting close. Yeah, I think this is the correct room, and that's bad. Ribbon. A monster appeared. So unshocked. Fuck. Astaroth? Well, he's scary. He looks like he's rotting. I'm gonna go for fire. We'll see what I get. Cursed. Got him tagged. Poisoned. Normal damage. Okay, not worth it. No. Excalibur, please. Yeah, I guess I kind of misread him as being sort of planty or rotting, but he just looks kind of normal. I guess it's just like some sort of weird green beast man. That could have hurt. Didn't really, but it could have. What if he has an interesting battle script? Like, we'll get to see some, like, cool spells or something the longer he stays alive. Scourge. I mean, that's pretty normal at this point in the game. I guess the question is, do any enemies get, like, I guess Blaster. Like, do any enemies get, like, special spells or something? Because sometimes in games they don't. Kind of like, Chrono Cross, pretty much all the enemies don't have unique elements. Okay, Ribbon. I think we can put the Ribbon on Arslick without dropping his, stats. Okay, cool, we can give him that. And then put this on Boober, which is going to make no difference whatsoever. But it should raise her agility a bit. I don't know. Check over here first to see if it keeps going. I think I should check out the other side first to see what's in that chest, because I kind of want to see what's in the chest. Also, the zombie Borghen fight went any longer, he would have used Flare 16, which is funny. Huh! Yeah, that was a really easy fight even without tagging him with Curse. Just because he had the weakness to fire, and that works out really well for my party. It was the only spell I leveled, after all. Only offensive spell I leveled. Okay, I'm gonna warp out, do the other path, and then come back this way. Because my thought is the other path pretty much leads you directly to that particular treasure chest I saw on the right. Whereas this one, I think, leads you to the end of the game. And I'm not quite... I mean, I am kind of ready to end the game, but you know what I mean. Not quite ready. I want to see what's in the chest, get a little more cool weaponry and armory or whatever. Maybe I'll get, like, something worth having. Also, I probably should chuck out the diamond hat. Because I don't need it. Yep. Stairs straight to where I want to go. We'll pick this up and fight whatever's in there, and then we'll go on to the next phase of this. Genji armor. A monster appeared. Shocker. It's Mothman. Oh, it's Beelzebub. Beelzebub! Well, he's like a giant bug, so I'm gonna cast Blizzard on him. Oh, let's be more sensible. Let's just Zerk people. See what happens. Preemptive. Didn't do too much damage. It probably has fairly high. Poison damage wasn't great. Cursed, though. Okay, that's fine. Attack up. Attack up. Attack up. Attack up. Cast haste. Oh, hey, you know what? Let's try Holy. No, it's not gonna do that much damage anyway. Oh, wait. Excalibur, please. Name is Satan. In a box? Yeah, that's a bit on the nose. Beelzebub, I think, is better. I think Beelzebub might actually be like the Lord of Flies and/or Lies. I forget. My cosmology of weird demons and things is not the best. At least he can do damage now. Blink. Oh, that's bad. Well, I have haste. That might counteract some of that nonsense. This might turn into a really irritating fight. Alright, well, use magic, see if fire does anything. I mean, he is a demon of some sort, but fire is the best thing I have. He's a big dodgy fly now. He's probably gonna do it again just to make it irritating. Told you. He heals off that. Alright, that was a problem. Okay, let's try Blizzard. Hope he doesn't heal off all elements. But I probably can't hit him anymore. So this fight is going to be very long, depending upon what he does. Flare 16. Okay, that kind of hurt. 82 damage is nothing. Alright, Cure, because I can't really do anything here. What do I have here that could possibly be irritating to it? Ultima's probably the right call. Let's try Thunder just on the off chance. Like, if I can't hit him, I have to just use spells. Which means Boober is now the most important character in this fight. Let's see if Thunder does anything. Yeah, that's adequate. We'll go with that. This is gonna take a while, but we're in no real danger, because I tagged him with Curse. Yeah, may as well throw out another Thunder. His Thunder's like level 2. Like, it can't hurt. Hey, Boober takes a little damage. That's not a problem. Have Butts heal it next round. Yeah, 23 damage, not even worth doing. Hope this guy doesn't have that much HP. This is going to take a while. Let's try Ultima, because I think Ultima should also hit in the same sort of range. Keep her topped off. That is worth burning mana for. Guess I can also just take out mana out of him if I need to. Like, this fight is completely under control. The problem is, I don't know how to damage him fast. 113. That's better for when I'm paying. Guess I could try Flare or Holy. I could also look in my inventory of like random spells and see if anybody has something that might make him less effective. What do I got? Blind, no. Death, no. Aura, never forget what Aura did. Slow? Slow could do something. I don't know what Slow does. Let's see what else we got. Aura, Mini, Warp, Teleport. Yeah, nothing good here. Nothing worth casting. And no, nothing worth casting. Haste to offset Blink. Oh, that might be smart. Because, yeah, Blink makes you less likely to hit. Having more chances with Haste would be smart. My Haste is only level 1. I think I only have it on one other... Do I have? I only have Haste on Boober, who's the only one doing damage. kind of debating between like my slow leak strategy and being smarter. Let's AoE it. I don't think it becomes less effective AoE. I don't know. Maybe it does. Actually, everything in this game becomes less effective AoE. Let's just haste him. But I am glad I have another sort of white caster in my party. Blink 60? I don't think I'll be able to stack up faster. But we'll give it a few shots and then I'll go back to the slow boat to Ultima. Miss. But like, if he keeps casting Blink 16, he'll just have maximum evade, and I don't think there's a whole lot I can do about it. But like I said, the battle's in hand. I just have to kill him. Yeah, not effective. I'm just gonna go with the slow attack. I don't think I've got better options. If we're lucky, someone will hit him like once or twice at some point. But like, he doesn't do enough damage for me to really care. I can heal anything he does up with butts. Even if I'm worried about anybody dying. It's not ideal, I will be honest, but I suspect it will work with it given enough time. But yeah, Blink is bullshit when I've gone with a full complement of fast party members. Of attacking party members. Yeah, maybe I'll just... Gosh, this is also silly. Well, you know what? If I'm spreading it out, at least there's a chance it will take. I kind of wonder how the different levels of haste work. Like I said, this battle is in hand. It's just a matter of how long do I want it to take. And whether or not this will work. And it never hits butts. Yeah, between the ineffective... Like, I guess the question is, does raising haste's level make it better, or does it just make it more likely to hit? Is the question I'm presently pondering. I do need to pay a little bit of attention to HP, but not a lot. This is truly a ridiculous fight. Because, like, I would have won this if I could have hit him, like, 2 more times. But he had to do Blink. Yeah. I think with only Haste 1, I'm better off with slow-boating this. And praying for a little bit of luck with the other party members. Because, like, again, this fight is won. It's just kind of like the, what is it, like, winning with a rook and your king against another king. Like, you can do it, it's just gonna take a while. Maybe it's knight and king. There's one pair of pieces that you can do checkmate with. It just takes a long time, it can be very irritating. I know there's another pair that you can never checkmate with. Just because of how it works. Man, I wish I could see how much HP this guy had. I wonder how much HP this guy has total. Slowly killing him. Killing him slowly with this song. Wait, no. I guess Thunder was a little... Was Thunder more effective? Let's find out. Knight, King, and Bishop King are impossible to checkmate. Rook and Queen, everything else can. Okay. Yeah, my chess analogy was bad. Okay, it's a little more damage. I can always take an Osmos turn if I care. This is so silly. Okay, that's dangerous. Oh, he's dead. 2 knights / bishops and a king can checkmate. And it is hell. Alright, that might have been what I was thinking of. Hey, look, Haste leveled up. Everybody gets all the level ups. Everybody wins. Alright, let's see if we can put the Genji armor on somebody without impacting ridiculously the speed. Oh, it drops his evasion to nothing. He's not wearing that. Alright, Boober. Your speed matters not. You get the Genji armor. This was a silly waste of my time. 5,000 HP. Did some decent damage earlier. Probably helped a lot. But healed a lot with 10. Yep. Oh yeah, absolute crap. I mean, the thing about it is, like, she's in the back row. She's already slow as hell. It doesn't matter what I do with her in terms of defense. But it feels like I wasted so much time earning that I want to use it. Like, no one's ever gonna physically attack her. Whoa, what the heck? Oh, I forgot to warp out. You tag him. Attack the bomb. What's attack? I don't know. I feel like I fought the Fire Gigas before. I think I did. He was one of the bosses in the tower, wasn't he? I think he was one of the bosses in the tower. Couldn't fight him with bombs, but like these bombs are nothing. Either way, I'm not that scared of bombs with the amount of HP I have now. I'll throw a blizzard on the back row just for the fun of it. Bot and Mysidia, what the hell are they doing here? Well, judging by the looks on their face, having the time of their lives. Yeah, I don't know. Absolutely bizarre. Running into earlier game enemies here. Alright, now to use Warp. Because we ain't dumb. So that was probably a good fight to Osmos in, but I didn't think about it at the time. Okay, now we walk past the chest and see the whole left side, which presumably is the remainder of the dungeon. Okay, this is an Osmos fight. Osmos her, have Himbo guarantee the kill on the other Coeurl, and then we'll be able to go on. And basically back up to full. It's beautiful, isn't it? Do this. And then walk. Try to do it out of my peripheral vision so I can move some windows around to finish this. Right, gotta go down here, go around the chest loop. Fight the really dumb werewolves. I cannot believe they're here. Well, one of them's gonna get a turn. Oh, I guess I actually... Oh, never mind. One of them's still gonna get a turn. He doesn't really get a turn. Okay. Oh. Seriously? You wasted my time for this? Oh. Oh, I did my targeting wrong. Oh well. They'll probably run away anyway. Escaped and escaped. Yeah. This is silly. Why did Butts' strength go down? Okay, I don't think there's anything over there. Now there isn't. Okay, that's where you come in from the other door. Oh, look, some bombs. It's like the fire giga saw what was coming. And everyone else is like, nah, we got this. We totally got this. Like, nah, buddies, you handle it. We believe in you. They have, like, what, 200 health? Like, these things are nothing. Not when I'm hitting for 1,000 every turn. Even if I'm slow as hell. Absolute numbskullery. Amusing fact. I forget which one, but one of Bulk and Skull actually came back in later Power Rangers series and was some sort of scientist. Okay. Oh. Okay. It's gonna stop someone. Nope. Fogged. At least one of them did something effective. Okay, I think Stop is more annoying than Fog. Let me take out the frontliners first. Because I suspect I can kill them in a go, and I can. Yep, more enemies you fought earlier. I mean, maybe just to give some variety. I've been fighting Coeurls and other things, and I didn't do this very well, but I'm also still not very worried about this fight. Oh. Himbo's gonna get the bottom one. Oh, man. I think when the battle finishes, it's time for another stretch break. I had one about 2 hours ago. Definitely feeling it. Get easier and easier the higher you climb. It's a nice feature, I guess. They assume you're running out of, like, juice. So make it a little bit easier. I'm gonna get up for a quick stretch break and give me some more water since I'm almost out. I'll be right back. Alright. Nothing here. Nothing there. Nothing anywhere! Alright, how much more is there left here? Just werewolves. Just werewolves everywhere. It's good to be back, and I got a full jar of water, so I got plenty to drink now. Well, almost full jar of water. It's a little more than 20 ounces. Probably 22 ounces, according to this side, and a little more than 600 milliliters. It would be 650 according to the other side. The convenience of quart jars. You know how much you're drinking. Is this more picador? Oh, I see a chest. I always pick a chest. Alright, ditch the diamond cross, because I don't really... wait. I ditch one of the... I don't know. I still feel like maybe it matters for her, but I don't think it does. Into the garbage it goes! If I'd known it was that, I wouldn't even bothered. Okay. New area, same monsters. Same background. How odd. Oh. Overkilled the bottom, Devil Wolf. Well, if it's not preemptive, they tend to run away anyway. Oh, they're trying to curse us. I guess it kind of makes sense that werewolves would try to curse you. Well, the bow makes a custom noise when it crits, I think. It's very odd. Nope. 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 Complete waste of time. At least the enemies are really easy. You just kind of set it up, let him go. No, I didn't screw that up, huh? Apparently Arslick's gotten powerful enough to take down Devil Wolf in one go. It was probably that fight with the with Beelzebub where we spent, you know, forever just whiffing, and it doesn't matter, it still gives you points towards your axes. Still find it odd that we never came across someone who uses spears as a default. Sticks, yes. Knives, yes. Spears, no. Presume that's where I need to go later. Now, this is a fight I just want. Because there's a good chance of... Well, not a good chance, but there's... No, I missed. It might matter. There's a chance. Spears in this game are kind of butt. Well, that does explain it then. I mean, the thing is, I suspect most weapon types are probably okay if you just pick one and stick with it. Like, I felt axes had a big lull in how many you get. But, like, I don't know, I kept feeling like I found spears really often that I just couldn't use, and maybe that's why. The frustration of not being able to use them. And holding on to them, hoping I would find someone to use them with, makes them more, relevant in my mind, I suppose. Yeah, I poisoned him. There's still something very funny about poisoning Marlboros. Malbros. Great Malbros, even. Oh, man. I am hoping this is the final-ish area. Am I free yet? No. Cat's out of the bag? Indeed. How you doing, Fries? Sounds like your cat out of luck. Don't puss out on me now. I did look up the thing you were wondering about, Fries. And the answer was really obvious once I ran the SQL query. The answer is nintendesi. Is the most frequent chatter who does not have VIP. And it makes a lot of sense when you consider how many game requests he's done. And that is his preferred mode of burning points. So the more you know. It's morning, how about me? It's late, it's almost midnight. I'm a bit sick, but I'm trying to power through. I want to get this done. But yeah, I went and queried how many... Congrats, you're now... Huh. I mean... I never said it wouldn't work that way. Someone actually bought it for him. Why not? Sure. Gets points out of the system, I am fine with this. I guess as long as it's not maliciously buying VIP for, like, random people. But I'm fine giving nintendesi VIP since you wanted to buy one. And yes, he is, of course, welcome to reject it if he so desires. I have no problem with that. But it seems like he likes it, if I'm going to make a guess, based upon that emote. But yeah, the query actually turned out to be pretty easy once I spent just a little bit of time reading up on how the JSON stuff works in SQLite, because I always forget, I don't do it enough. And it was slow. The time series database for this has gotten to be 100 megabytes and change. I probably... Oh, hey. Oh, another one of those. Probably should upgrade it to a real database or something, but I am really lazy. Yeah, it was a pretty straightforward query. Especially because, like, but the thing is it's a very dumb table. Oh, hey, look, it's an ice golem. Ice gigas. It's just a really dumb table. And so it's a bit flat, and it's kind of slow to query because of that. Doesn't matter. No one would be able to reach the back row anyway. I think that the Gigas might run away. Join history and users. Oh, it's lamer than that, Fries. Here, let me see if I still have it open somewhere. No, I think I disconnected because it's on a different machine. Where'd it go? I don't know where it went. I've been developing random stuff today, so my windows are a little bit in disarray. But, like, quite literally, the entire table is timestamp and value. That's it. It's literally just a log. And the values are the over-the-wire messages that you may have seen when I'm doing DOS streams. You can just see the messages they come through on the DOS computer when the DOS.py is open. Yeah, of course it's ew. It's simple. It's incredibly simple. That's the entire point. Like, I don't run long, ridiculous queries. It's just meant to be an event log. I'm just gonna flee. These guys aren't even worth fighting. Like how in the early parts of Pandemonium, it's a regular castle, but later parts get a crystal. Gives the impression that Pandemonium literally bursted out of Palamancia. That's kind of an interesting way to think of it. Later version made the whole castle crystal and removed the monster statues above it. Someone call up... It's not that bad, Fries. I mean, it is pretty bad, but it's not that bad. It was never designed to be a production stable system. It was a very straightforward, quick implementation so that I could... It doesn't matter, just attack it. So that I could get the Windows 98 machine hooked up to the whole system, because there's no package for WebSockets that you can run on Windows 98 that I know of. And so it's just a time series database, and that's all it'll ever be. It doesn't need to be smarter. I probably should back it up more frequently now that it's gotten humongous, or possibly, like, fork it. Once I'm at a point where, like, it's reasonable to fork it, but eh. It works. It works. The Engineer's Creed. It works well enough. Okay, that's where I need to go. I'm gonna look down here first, though. Yeah, I don't need to take these fights. I don't think they're valuable. I don't think I can get stuff out of them. I just don't need them. But yeah, an awful lot of my systems actually do rely upon that now. Warp 9. You never go above Warp 8 in general. Terrible idea. And that should do it. They'll both die. But yeah, that system now runs like the auto cutter stuff. Oh good, I gotta wait for a multicast. Handles Windows 98. There's a couple other things that it uses. I forget what else it does. But it's, you know, straightforward and simple. But I really, really, really should stop just forking more SQLite databases everywhere. It's just so easy. So simple. Received Hellfire. And into the bin it goes! Like, seriously, why are you giving me consumables at this point in the game that aren't elixirs or... just elixirs, really? King Behemoth. Ambushed. I mean, Arslick did take some good damage. Was it worth it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you never know with a treasure chest until you open it. It could have had, like, a great different axe. I'd love to get the poison axe off of Arslick if possible. Or maybe it has a really cool sword. I mean, I have Excalibur, but there might be cooler swords. I don't know. Maybe another Aegis shield. That'd be cool, too. Like, there's all these possibilities of what it could be. And you never know until you actually open the box. But of course, you find out that inside the box there's nothing! Absolutely nothing! Stupid! You're so stupid! Etc. Oh man, what is this? Dragon. What is this dragon? I like fighting dragons well enough. It's a very big room. I don't like that. Huh. Lutz is the only one without any real elemental mitigation. That's interesting. Almost there. I feel like I'm close. I only feel like I'm close. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if I tagged him or not. I'm just gonna hit him again, just in case. Tagged. The Ancient Sword is the MVP of this game. Like, absolute MVP. Utterly ridiculous how good it is. No item in this game has given me nearly as much just distance as that. Alright. Item? Dragon armor. Yeah, sure. I won't keep it. It's all the dragon armor that I'm not using. Thought I might put it back on Boomer, but it didn't seem like an actual good idea. Then I gotta give her the Genji armor, so it doesn't really matter either. Luckily not a Lost Woods. You know, that was the first thing I thought, is maybe this room is infinite. Which I'm really glad it's not. Okay, so there's a teleporter down there. What's up here? I'm gonna guess this room is completely empty aside from the statues. And that one teleporter in the lower left-hand corner. Just a guess. Need to go up one more. Yeah, Dragon just kind of reaches the point of, it's scary enough that running away seems like a bad idea, but it's also not dangerous enough that I'm actually worried about this fight. It's a nice intersection. I did see him get attacked there, so I'm good. Okay. Oh, I should do that, since I keep forgetting. Once I set this round up, it's time for some vitamin C, which I put over here. Yeah, let's set this round up. You get vitamin C sound ASMR. Congratulations. Headless angel statues? I guess they could be headless. I do... Oh, I see the neck. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Alright, so I did find the right thing off the bat, so I did not need to walk through the giant room. I can see how crystal pillars are more thematic, but yeah, I'm with you. It's a downgrade. Why don't I ever fight blue dragons? I mean, Blue Dragon also has one of the best battle themes of all time. As the singer of Deep Purple on there. It's a ridiculous battle theme. I'm in space? I'm in a space. You know what, actually? It's an Osmos type of fight. Because I think we'll go at least one more round. And if we do, I'll get more HP, MP. And if I don't, the dragon's dead. Dragon's dead. I'm fine with that. If we're into another one of those, I'm totally gonna leech off. Now I'm in space. Oh no. Okay, I can see it. Scrolling. Gotta be careful here. I don't trust space. Okay, found the edge of space. Did they just run out of budget? Because, like, this has suddenly gotten irritating and lame. Not to say other parts weren't irritating and lame, but specifically, the level design here is now, here's a big empty room, good luck. Not the last time in Final Fantasy Space. I wonder what the last time was. You don't go to space in 13. I don't think you do, at least. You don't go to space in 9, I don't think. 10, I don't think you do. 11, 12, and 12 I have no idea, but it seems unlikely in those. I don't think you go to space in 14. 15, I think you're in a car most of the time, so it'd be kind of hard to get in a rocket. I think 8 might have been the last time you were in space. Only part in Final Fantasy II where Pandæmonium looked better in the remakes? Oh, I bet. I mean, this is literally one tile, maybe 2 tiles repeated infinitely? And they're really lazy tiles. Like, this is kind of MS Paint nonsense. You know, I'm just gonna head over to the guy who looks like the Emperor. Carefully. We're just gonna wreck this guy because we can. Final Fantasy XIV's newest expansion, you went to space? How odd. I wonder why. Also, like, the tech in that game is very steampunky, if I remember right. But with the power of the crystals, you can really do anything. Okay. My suspicion is this actually might be the final boss right here. Kind of looks like an empire, or emperor. Emperor, so you've made it. This time, you will die! Yeah, I really didn't want to explore the empty room anymore. Alright, let's start with the standard opener. I don't think I care much about magic for this fight, so let's just try raising people's stats. And then we'll attack. Preemptive. 13 damage, that's nothing. Didn't get the crit. My attacks don't do anything. Okay, this is bad. Fun fact, you're supposed to have unique final boss music, but the track got cut? How odd. No, very unfortunate. I'm gonna try to tag him again. And just raise people's stats, and we'll see what he does this turn if it's really scary. 54 damage is nice, but still nothing to... 800 damage! Oh god. I didn't tag... I think he's immune to Curse. Which means Arslick is useless now. Yeah, I don't think we can tag him with Curse. So I'm gonna stop trying. And start going on the offensive, because I suspect Excalibur is gonna be better than any of the other options. Let's go with another round of Berserks. Yeah, another round of Berserks. I don't think the... No, I don't trust it. I'm gonna take the save. Heal Himbo. 69 damage is nothing. I should have him go back to try to tag him. This is no damage. Like, what am I supposed to do here? I don't want to play this as if it's a fight I have to lose, because that's scary. But I'm not doing any damage either. I'm gonna go back to trying to tag him. Like, I can out-heal him, but I'm not doing any damage. Flare. Oh, Cursed. I don't know if I could... I don't know if I can clear Curse. Ah, this is scary. Okay, what am I supposed to do with this boss? Like, I don't do enough damage. I didn't think my stats were that bad. But he is wrecking my world. Slowly. Okay, uncursed, that's good. Everyone's HP is fine. I'm not going to heal anyone. Guess we could try something else. But he's not physically attacking. There's no point in trying to proc him with Dark Bow. He's just doing magic. Guess we try raising stats more. Alright, let's try Fire. Let's just see if, like, maybe of all things he has a weakness. I'm not sure I can use it, given how much curative I'm going to need, but still. Like, no one else is doing damage. Boober takes Curse. Okay, that means this next thing isn't indicative of how much damage it does. 82 damage, so we assume it's halved, which is reasonable. Actually, maybe a lower level Asuna can cure it. Let's try. I think 4 should be able to do it. This is a battle to the death, a very slow battle to the death, indeed. Like, I'm doing damage. Not effective. Okay, still bad. Like... Oh, I got a dumb idea. Now, it probably doesn't extract extra on top of what it heals you. Swap. You have to use her to cure her if I want to have her on the offensive, which sucks. Alright, what do I do here? He takes no damage, I can't hit him with any status effects, and apparently he's gotten tankier. There he goes, he attacked for 1, that's not bad. Alright, yeah, I don't think I can tag him. Nothing in this game is immune to any status, only resists. I didn't know that. I assumed that there were some that were actually immune. Alright, let's try throwing out an actual fire now and see what damage it does. I don't think he's weak to it, but I just need to see it without Curse to really conceptualize how much damage it does. But, like, he's also not that scary. 118. Okay, that's not bad. So really what I think I'm understanding here is he got a lot lower magic resist. So I'm debating between slowly trying to kill him the way we did Beelzebub and trying to buff people to the point where they're actually effective. You have cursed it just takes a lot of smacks. It is good to know. It is good to know. Oh, hey! Medio. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Is this the first appearance of Medio? That's kinda cool. That's not a bad effect either, you know. Clearly sprites, but yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I like that. First Medio in the series. Good to know. Okay. Here's my idea. Haste. I'm gonna haste Butts to raise up the number of hits with the hope that he'll eventually proc Curse. Because otherwise this fight is just gonna take forever because I don't think I can really hurt him any other way. And I'll have to heal Boober next turn instead of hasting, but still. Actually, Butts could heal Boober. Oh no, wait, hold on. No, I need to have him maximizing the number of attempts he gets. It's weird to throw such a puzzle boss after all of this. Curse, slow. Okay. Well, Himbo was the only person being effective, so this sucks. Watch as Himbo, like, misses. Yeah, I think that slow 16 probably has made him useless. See, the thing about the way the Medio looks is it's really hard to tell which person each one is targeting, so I was worried it would be a single target one. But as long as it's multi-target, I'm really not that worried about it. Like, 300 damage at this point in the game isn't that much. Okay. So I am starting to wonder if it's like a puzzle boss, and I am not puzzling it hard enough. Let's just do one to top off people. It's gonna be somewhat ineffective. Oh, you got the one hit. Oh, critical hit. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll get poisoned eventually. Alright, well, everyone will might get a little more HP out of this then. So, what else could be going on here? Like, what could I be doing differently? Do other people have useful spells? I think we established in the Beelzebub thing they don't. Like, I don't need to worry about his hits. Okay, that really only cured for about 200 each. So that means if he just continuously casts Medio, if I have multiple people casting Cure, it's probably fine. Or I could, you know, Cure Cycle the way I was with the other game. I could try to run him out of MP. That's not the worst idea I've ever had. Because he'll have to run out eventually. And once he's out of MP, I don't think he's actually dangerous. And his battle script will be done. That's slow, isn't it? Yeah, Himbo's now completely ineffective. Good, he's not undead. That also means I could cast a Drain. To heal Boober and do damage. Himbo's gonna need a dedicated healing turn now. But he's doing a great job as a meat shield. Yeah, that wasn't worth it. Would have needed to raise that a lot higher to make it worth it. Just spend the turn curing up Himbo. Could try casting Swap. Oh good, blind missed. He blinded Himbo, it wouldn't even matter. Okay. Try to taste butts again. I've hit him a great number of times. No, I was so excited when I saw that extra box. Did I poison him? I think I might have got the poison. Hard to tell, of course, but... Not effective. I don't want to do the buffing thing because it just sucks. Sucks up time. I should go back on the offensive. Poisoned. Yes. Okay, cool. I did hit him with something. He's still kind of useless. Like, it's still kind of useless because I don't think poison does that much damage. I wonder how poison actually works. Like, it's late enough in the game. I would just like to know, like, what does it do in this game? Because I never really figured it out. I feel like it does a percentage damage per turn, but not that much. Like, it was never a thing I was caring enough to take off someone. But at least we got poison. Spend some time curing. Who else needs cures? Himbo could use a cure up turn. But, like, you can see here, I'm not in danger yet. And now he's poisoned, at least he's taking damage every turn, which he wasn't necessarily before. Okay, that hurt. We'll need to heal Arslick and hope he doesn't decide to just paste him. Like I said, if someone dies in this fight, I'm pretty sure they're just going down. Because also we can do this for insurance purposes. But like, trying to multicast in these early games just seems like a bad idea. Depending upon whether or not you cure it, poison kills you. There. Okay, Butts has been dispelled. Everyone's been dispelled. I don't know what that means. This might be a problem. Or it might not be a problem. Poison does like 2 damage every turn. That's you remember from the remakes. It actually displayed the damage. So poison is basically worthless is what you're just telling me. And I might have just lost all my defense. Just all of it. I cure Butts. Now Himbo. Cure Boober. And Arslick. Cure Boober. This spell doesn't do anything because it's bugged. Oh, cool! Good to know. I was worried it was actually dangerous. It might still be a little dangerous, but I'm not that worried about it. Okay. Still just thinking maybe I should try to run him out of MP. It's kind of dumb, but it might work. Like, what am I at right now? What do I want to do? Have Himbo cure her. Everyone, yeah, I think I can throw off a fire. Have these guys do what they do best. Can Berserk? I could Berserk. I guess what Berserk would probably help me do is overcome his massive defense. Haste did work on Butts at some point. What time is Fire doing? 150. I don't want to do that. Yeah, let's try Berserk. At least Berserk seems to hit more often. No, I shouldn't waste Himbo's time trying to... Oh, wait, what? Arslick did... Oh, I got the curse! I got the curse! Oh, yes, I got the curse! Okay. Now we got a stew going. We got a stew going. I'm gonna stop using the sword that's about to fall apart and start using the actual good sword. Yeah, I'm gonna go... actually, you know what? Let's see about trying to fix up Himbo. Maybe Haste can counter a little bit of what he's lost. It's probably not worth it at this point. He's been hit with like 2 16s, but you never know. 108, yeah. This Mito's gonna do like 150 damage. Yep. Yeah, now we're gonna beat him. We just had to go fishing. It just took a while. But we got him. Like, he's not going to do that much damage to anybody to the point where I feel the need to heal anybody but Boober at this point. And Boober's no longer even critical. Like, Butts could finish this by his lonesome, I suspect. If and I felt the need. Haste him one more time, just to be nice. 12 hits? Oh, wow! Does haste stack? Maybe haste doesn't stack. But he went from having nothing to... Okay, that's probably what it is. Haste probably doesn't stack, that's why it was so ineffective every time. Now I know. Either way, haste completely offsets slow. Oh, that's nice. There's evidence that that's happening, but it's still really cool to see it happen in practice. Alright. Like I said, the only person I feel the need to cure is Boober. Now, I'm going to be curious, once I have him defeated, what the proper way of doing this was. Because as far as I can tell, fishing for Curse was probably the smartest one. Though maybe you could buff your way out of this, I don't know. I've got to heal Boober. Had fights where we cursed him right away, but other fights where Guy smacked him with the curse sword for the whole fight and never got tagged. Oh, man. Interesting. No. I don't care. Just cure her. She'll be fine. Himbo's okay. As long as he does something different next turn, we'll be fine. That's fine. But, like, this is a very weird fight. In terms of, like, damage, this guy does not do that much damage. Especially when you consider, like, his counterpart of the Dark Cloud. The Dark Cloud hurt a lot more, but it had such a simple battle script comparatively. And now he's dead. He is completely dead. He is fading into non-existence. Okay, is it going to turn into a giant blob of something with like 50 faces, though? Unbelievable! Defeated by you! Twice! What are you? Ooga! Let's get out of here! Oh, that's it. You've made it back. Congratulations. Wow, you're either brave or just lucky. Take care. Like, this is like the 4 people in the game who are still alive and have names. You did great. Keep in touch. There's the cheesy way and the real way. The cheesy way is to hit him with the blood sword, do 6k damage, and murder him in 2 turns. The real way is to give everyone strength, spirits, and berserks as haste. Okay. Thank you for the good job. I can definitely rest easy now. Daddy would be proud. Now that's a sentence I can agree with. Now, want to help the princess? Yosef? Oh, he just sort of showed up for no reason. We'll work hard to restore what was lost. Let's hope for the best. Now you can finally explain. Oh, feel free to. War, finally over! Thank you, Himbo. No need for articles. Yes! We can all be together again! ... Right, Arslick? We can't. Not after all this. But why? Wait, Butts. Stop him. No, Arslick is right. We'll meet again, Arslick. Look at those noble sacrifices up there. Let's get going. The war is finally over. The Emperor, the monsters plaguing the world, and Pandæmonium had all vanished. Peace had returned once more. Time will heal the wounds of the war. But no one will ever forget the young heroes who saved the world. Butts, Boober, Himbo, and Arslick. Programmed by Nasir. And no Final Fantasy main theme. Well, they were trying to. Maybe they were trying to branch out of it. Kenji did the scenario. I'm not sure I like this man. Actually, I like the scenario. The scenario was good. Like, the plot went places, and it was really cool. Character design, there was actual different characters this time. That was kind of cool. Good job, Yoshitaka. Game design. I got problems with you. Hiromichi. I got problems with you, Hiromichi Tanaka. Game designer. Maybe I also have a problem with him. Akitoshi Kawazu. Might have problems with you too. Game design. You too. Koichi. I may hold a grudge against some of you. Programmed by Naoki Okabe. Huh. Oh yeah, what's his name? That guy was cool. Program. I might blame YouTube for things. Katsuhisa Hisa. Graphics. This guy did a good job. I think he did a good job, Kazuko. You did a good job. Like, the graphics were pretty good, aside from, like, a couple weird sprites. You too, Ryoko. Yeah, aside from a few, like, really weird monster things, all the portraits are good. Music was fantastic. Wish there was more of it, but, you know, you can't go wrong with Nobu Umetsu. Sound design? I blame you, Masanori, for your annoying poison noise that I somehow can't hear, but I'm still annoyed by. What is Program Assist? Hiroshi Nakamura? Huh. Probably, like, worked on assemblers and stuff. You know, for, Takeyoshi. What am I doing? Special thanks to S. Kajitani. Wonder what they did. Director. Hironobu. I might have problems with you too. Sakaguchi. I might have problems with you too. I haven't already accused you of causing problems. Matsufumi Miyamoto. I don't like that portrait. Looks very confused. Copyright Square. Alright. There are multiple armors that increase stat by plus 10. For instance, the gold pin and the black garb increase agility by 10, but the effect doesn't stack. So if you equip the Giant's Glove Power Armor, the end, and Twist Headband, you get plus 30 strength bonus, but you only get plus... You won't get plus 30, you get 10. Okay, that makes sense. Probably like a strength up bit as opposed to a counter or something. Armors give resistance to an element, but the game doesn't tell you about at all. Dragon gives fire... That's a lot of nifty things. Fire, ice, electric, and poison. I think I did notice that. Twist Handband gives resistance to mind element. Okay, I get any music back, can I? Alright, well, let's restart the game and have some music at least.